call this strategic plan workshop to order. We are waiting on Councilman Hamilton, but he'll be along on his way. He probably doesn't think we have hot tea for him, but he's going to be surprised, Stephen. I brought my pot just in case because I didn't want him to get upset. Do you want to, I'll move on, but Stephen, thank you. This is your second strategic plan, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I think what would be good is let's go around the room. We have a great crowd, and I appreciate all of you, Christy, appreciate all of you for being here. But let's go around the table, and then we'll get introductions from
You want to save them for last? We got them up there kind of introducing themselves after.
I was kind of waiting until that software got in, so I'll stop, and then you jump in, and then I'll come back.
Brand, you're on a roll. Keep
Yeah,
going.
Okay,
you're doing
so
perfect.
I'll leave y'all for last. We'll start over here, Councilwoman.
Yes, I'm Councilwoman Bridget Frazier.
Larry Toomer, Town of Bluffton.
Lisa Salka, Mayor.
Ann Wood, Town of Bluffton.
Kristen Ling, Don Ryan Center.
Natalie Bedorkowitz, Finance.
Derek Wilson, Public Service.
Annie Evans, Human Resources.
Pat Rooney, Capital Improvements Program Manager. Bill Bauer, Watershed Management.
Joe Babkowitz, Chief of Police.
Marcia Hunter, Town Clerk.
Terry Finger, Town Attorney. Chris Forster, Assistant Town Manager.
Stephen Stees, Town Manager.
Heather Colin, Assistant Town Manager.
And I'm going to do y'all or do the?
We're actually on a slide.
Good. Okay, so.
You paid for a slide for us.
There
so
you
we're
go.
gonna-
Talk in your microphones because I know sitting here at So Loco and other events, it is hard, and I know we are taping it. Is it broadcast live? So it's live, so welcome all of
Watch your language.
all of you. Let's go in the audience. We would normally have as many people up here as possible, but people come and go because this is a day, everyone has a job. Everyone works. So I appreciate you all for coming. You're very important though, so don't feel because you're in the audience you're not going to get called on, because you know me, I'm going to check our chairs and our mayors and get input. So what you say is really, really important to this day. So Mayor, you want to introduce yourself? You don't have to stand up, but.
My name is Harry Williams.
And the mayor of Hardyville, Mr. Elliott.
I'm Bob Elliott, and I represent the South Carolina Nurse Retention Initiative.
And also say who you represent.
Joe DePaul, I'm on the HPC.
Hi, Joel Braun,
Thank you.
Beaufort County Council District 6 and Vice President, Sun City HOA.
Debbie Spanker, Director of Communications. Melinda Penny, Admin.
Melinda Penny, doer of all things. Okay.
Pull it together of all things.
Pull her together of all things. And as people come in, if y'all don't mind, I might stop because I do think it's important. Thank you all, again, for taking time out of your day. This sets our next year. So people who are here care about this town enough to show up. We're going to care enough about you to get input. So thank you. Okay, Stephen?
I'm going to move this mic, but I'm going to talk at it real quick because I don't think we have anybody making a presentation until about lunchtime today.
Okay.
So I just want to say one of the reasons that we do strategic planning, and Bill and Mike are going to go through this as they talk, is it really gives us as a town as a whole a guide over the future of where we're going, projects that are important. It also helps with our budget process to make sure that things that we want to see accomplished, we make sure that we have a plan, that as we start putting our budget together, we put our funding in place to make sure it becomes a reality. I'll let Bill and Mike talk more about that because they have better stories than I do. But the way we do strategic planning here is we do a big session like this every 2 years, and we do a 2-year strategic plan. So what we do today will set our direction for the next 2 years. In the interim between these big sessions, when we bring in the consultants, we have an update session where it's just staff and council, and we really talk about how we're progressing, what's in progress, making sure that the priorities that were set this year are still going to be the top priorities going into the budget for the next year, and to make sure they understand that we're working towards the same goals and trying to accomplish the same things that we set out to leaving this meeting. So the way we do this is we go through the day. We'll have a presentation at lunch. We actually have BJWSA. Verna is here. She's going to give a little presentation through kind of a working lunch that we have. And then this afternoon, we're going to have a lot of time. What's that? Yeah. We're going to have Brad Shaws with SHPO, with the State Historic Preservation Office. And I know we've invited our HPC board to be here because we're going to have a conversation specifically related to historic preservation in the town and looking at it going forward. So that will be a very important thing, and then we'll wrap up with trying to get to where our goals and objectives are moving forward for the next 2 years. So I just want to thank everybody that attended, that is attending, that's here to be a part of this, because it's a very important thing to us, not just as staff, but as council and as a town as a whole, because when we talk to the community and we're out in the community and they say, well, what is the town doing? This is how we get things done. So our strategic plan is how we take things that are a vision and make them a reality for our community. So it's important, and thank you all for being here and participating. Like I said, for this session, we bring in a consultant to help guide it and make sure that our guiding principles and everything are good moving forward. So Bill and Mike, if y'all want to get up and introduce yourselves and kick us off, we'll be good to go. I'm going to move this back in front of Tracy.
Okay.
Councilmember Hamilton, good to see you.
And Fred Hamilton, everyone in the room knows him. Thank you. And just, you know, if people are listening, I guess, and want to come in, we don't have set times, but lunch is probably going to be 11:30 to 12:30, I would say, the BJWSA discussion. So at the historic preservation discussion, I'm hopeful maybe we can squeeze in the group if the commission is here.
We can always rotate staff out if we need to,
Great, 'cause
that
I
don't
want
necessarily
them-
want to need to be a part of that conversation.
And that would be probably 12:30 to 1 to start, I would guess. Okay, I'm just letting the whole world that we don't know is watching know.
We got to let everybody know. Thank you, again, Mayor. I think, Mayor, you said vast admirer of the town of Bluffton, I think is the term that you used. I shared with Dan before we got started. Mike and I use the town of Bluffton as an example for a number of our clients because of the way that you have embraced the planning process, both as a council and as a staff. It is really a great testament to really kind of committing to what the community is. So we have been here for a number of times. I think we were trying to figure out whether this was our 4th or 5th time here. But we figured we probably needed to update our slide presentation, shorten it a little bit, because we didn't want you telling us what the slides said. But knowing that this is broadcast, and for some that don't know, we are representative of the Bridge Group, which is Mike's company. We each run our own flag, but we're here under the Bridge Group, but we are really an affiliate and partner with a much larger consulting group called the Mercer Group Associates. Jim Mercer, who really was kind of one of the founding fathers of both local government strategic planning and consultants for local government. We worked with Jim from 2011 until his passing a couple of years ago, and because of that, Mercer Group Associates was born. But we travel the country. Mike and I do a lot of work across the country with local governments, particularly on strategic planning, but we've got a few other tricks under our sleeve, as we like to say. Mike, I'll let you introduce yourself, and then I get to kick over.
Yeah, appreciate it, Bill.
Mike Letcher, thrilled to be here again. And as Bill said, we use you guys as an example, not only with our clients, but one of the things I do is I teach. I'm an associate professor at the University of Arizona. And with my students, I use a lot of examples from Bluffton. So you guys are great. My background, primarily city management for about 40 years. I also have been a department director, finance and HR, but primarily on the administrative side of the equation.
Does this thing automatically turn itself off?
Just whenever you talk, it picks you up.
Oh, it picks you up then, okay. I'm used to having to push a button. Anyway, so I'm Bill, the elected of the two group of this little duo, but I also have spent 40 years in local government. I retired in 2009 and then was elected in 2011, and that just continued my time forward. Spent time as a department head, et cetera, so we really look at both sides of the equation, making the most of what we can in any community. And I think that's what Mike and I really bring to the table. So when we decided to start consulting, we really looked at strategic planning as an opportunity. We had sat through a number of planning efforts as a manager, as a department head, and said there's got to be a better way. They're not really delivering. And I think we realized through the crash of 2009 that the way that we looked at the future needed to kind of change. So we started looking at this, and we found out last night from Chris that we have a strategic plan. It's called Doing Things. It's actually a Herb Keller from Southwest Airlines takeaway, which we did not realize when we ripped this slide off, that little moniker there. But we really realized in 2009 that everything that we thought about local government really changed. We had gone through what was supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime event from a financial perspective. We had the financial collapse in 1929, and we were never supposed to happen. It was never supposed to happen again. Well, it happened in 2009, and that took a long time to recover. And local government really had to kind of change the way it was looking at things. And we found that looking forward too far into the future was not realistic. The world was changing so rapidly that looking 5 years down the road was a blurred vision. We really couldn't look that far. And then I think we realized that when we finally came out of that recession, mid-2010, so 2015, 2016, everybody felt pretty comfortable that things were starting to turn around. We thought we had the world figured out. 2020 disrupted again in a completely different way. So that reshuffled the deck. It didn't have the effect that we thought it would have immediately. It was the delayed effect. So here we are in 23 in an economy that we don't think we could have predicted in 2021. So our crystal ball, although it hasn't helped in the lottery playing, but our crystal ball really has moved us kind of forward. So we looked at changing up the model and getting into strategic focus, which we'll talk about in just a minute. But really the biggest thing that we like to point out is the strategic plan is really important we got to maintain balance. The old way of strategic planning was we'd start the conversation with, if money were no object, what would we do? And we don't live in any frame of time that money is not an object. So let's not pretend that we can pave the street with gold and we can do all this stuff. Let's be realistic about what we're doing. And I look to the council and say, we have to, as elected officials, we have to make sure we maintain this balance between how much money we have and how much time and capacity that the staff has. And the staff has to always try to maintain that balance as well. So when you see this gigantic project list later today, we had that very discussion yesterday with the staff when we met with them to talk about maintaining balance. A good city staff always wants to do everything that you want right now, instantly. And when you say, we have to do this, whatever that was, the staff is going to jump. And that means they're either going to take on additional work that they aren't necessarily ready to do. It may be difficult for us as electeds because we are under constant pressure to deliver for our residents. So we try to maintain this balance. At the end of the day, that's what we're really trying to do, is maintain balance. The other thing that we have to be aware of is we are multiple voices. So this is a great character representation of, we want dessert, but everybody wants something different. I have spent the last, I think it's 5 years in public transit now at home. And I like to use the bus analogy. The manager is the bus driver, and the council provides direction. The problem that we often run into in communities is each one of you as an elected are yelling different directions to the bus driver. Some are yelling faster, some are yelling slower, some are yelling right, some are yelling left, and some are just along for the ride. And it's impossible for a manager to move forward with that kind of direction. Strategic planning helps do that, and Stephen kind of talked about that this morning. We talked about this, I think we introduced this the last time we were here, is our level 6 governance concept. And that really gets to the concept that if whatever level the council is operating at is the level that the staff will. So if you're always worried about, as an elected body, the day-to-day operations, the staff is never going to think strategically. They're never going to pull up. You, by legal obligation, have to work at level 3 at times, which are your legal requirements. Oftentimes, as elected, we are focused on level 2, which is what are our residents saying to us. If your direction is always at the constituent level, and you're reacting constantly, and you're worried about day-to-day operations, the staff will never pull themselves up. And that's not the case here, fortunately, and I would say obviously. So we try to bring our communities into what at least the level 4 aspect, which is getting them into strategic planning, thinking about the future, at least pushing forward beyond tomorrow's emergency, because we know that the day after there will be one too. And then we've also started to talk to clients about governance expectations. That's a shared expectation between you as an elected body and the town manager and the staff, and really trying to elevate that next moment. When you hired Stephen, I'm sure you didn't just say, well, come on in, there's an office on the corner, and then leave him be. You gave him a set of expectations. And we really encourage that with all of our customers to really talk about expectations. You would never be a supervisor and hire an employee and not tell them what you expected. So we try to bring some of those expectations. Again, we think Bluffton has done a really good job, even without the formal process. And then finally is this level 6, which is really talking about organizational excellence. And Annie already has a plan in place to move this organization in that regard. So when we talk about using Bluffton as an example with our other clients, we just absolutely applaud you guys in moving your community forward. And really getting things done. So strategic focus really is what we've brought. It helps the staff understand what's important to you. You are communicating to the community what you believe to be important. We've spent a lot of time on focus areas and guiding principles over the years. Those seem to be holding up. We're going to have just a short discussion on one item today. But we're really focusing on what's important in very distinct ways. And this will help not only this council, but the council that seats in December, and then the council that seats 2 years from now. These carry forward. The community can really rally behind these efforts. At the end of the day, it's really about, this is the 20% effort. You're here all day. Staff was tied up all day yesterday. That's the 20% that is really going to deliver on the 80%, which are the results that we're looking for day in and day out. And that is the whole purpose of getting everybody focused. We had a long day yesterday with the staff, at least I'm sure it was long for them. But we talked about everything that is going to happen in the next 2 years. So everybody that is on staff understands really what's moving forward. And that's a strength then for your staff going forward. So let's talk about what you've done. That's we work and work and work, and now we take an opportunity to celebrate a little bit. We asked Heather and Stephen and Chris to put together a few slides for us to kind of review where you're at. You guys want to jump in, or I'll just roll through? I don't know how you want to do it, but.
I can talk about each slide if you like, or however you like.
Take some water, perfect.
There you go. Okay, so as you know, in your binder and what's in the packet and online is a list of all of the, I believe, 73 initiatives that we had over the past 2 years that address their strategic initiatives that address each of those focus areas. And, you know, sorry.
Stop real quick.
Sure.
Will you tell us where we are in the binder?
Yes.
Because every plan, we go from tab 1 to 8 to 7 to 3. It never has changed. Also, for the public, and I see a few new people, Marcia just sent us the link to all of the documents. Is it possible we can share that? Because I do, like, Courtney has a computer, some people have a computer, and they can follow along. And finally, there's one, somebody popped in, and you have to introduce yourself. Yes. Lynn popped in. You got to say who you are. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, just so you know, there's a QR code that takes you to the online packet back on the table back there. All you got to do is scan it, and it'll take you
Wonderful.
directly to everything.
Okay, did y'all get that? There's a QR code you can scan, and Melinda has it. So, Christy, you're going to scan it. Okay, sorry.
Oh, you're fine, you're fine. Okay, so in the binder, it would be, and when you click that QR code and the online information, you can look at it in 2 different versions, depending on your preference. Tab 4 has each of the items listed on a separate sheet. And then tab further on in there, what that folds out, that's it in an Excel spreadsheet format, so you can kind of see each item in each line. So tab 4.
You got a lot of fold-outs.
We've got them highlighted on the slides here, though.
Okay,
Yeah, they'll be helpful for you.
And like I said, I'm not going to go through all of these because there's 73. And we really need to work on and discuss what we're going to work on the next 2 years. But just wanted to highlight, we do track this. Staff takes this very seriously. This is our to-do list beyond our daily responsibilities. So this is not necessarily operational items or things to carry forward. We know that business license, they intake and review business license on a daily basis. So you won't see things like that listed here. It's more those, like I said, those projects and strategic action items to accomplish the goals that we all discussed. You'll look through it. There's 20 items have been completed. So we've finished it. It may become operational now. So it doesn't mean we just push it on the shelf and we're done with it, but that strategic action to either establish the policies or research the program or put it in place, that's been complete. So like I said, you'll see it may become operational. such as the Regional Housing Trust Fund. That was created, that was established. So it's checked off as completed. That doesn't mean we're done with it and we're not going to continue forward. It's just, it's in a different way, different procedure moving forward. There's 13, like I said, that have now become operational. Like I said, just part of what we do. And then 40 of them will either be completed this fiscal year, and keep in mind, we kind of shifted when we do this workshop so that we can make sure that we budget appropriately. So we still have, let's see, my math, about 8 months left in this fiscal year. So we anticipate that we will finish more projects within that time frame, and if not, we'll carry forward in the next fiscal year. Okay, Bill. So just wanted to highlight a couple, like I just referenced, the Beaufort Jasper Regional Housing Trust Fund. That has been established and funded, and we're working through that and working through with our representatives on that committee. The public project, I'm going to move this over here a little bit, sorry. You don't have to be so close. No, okay. No, you're good. Sorry, awkward to go back and forth. The public-private partnership for affordable housing, that's moving forward. So the 12 homes are currently in the permitting process, and so that project at 1095 May River Road is moving forward. Hopefully we break ground before this fiscal year, but like I said, it's kind of in permitting hands and outside agencies, but it is, again, moving forward and continued. You will see that item continue to move forward because, as council knows, we have more properties and we're going to continue to work with those partnerships. Quality of life, the comprehensive plan, that has been complete. So town council adopted Blueprint Bluffton, and in the next, not in the next 2 years, you'll see an update because every 5 years we do have to review it and just make sure that we're still aligned, and every 10 years is the major rewrite. So that was an accomplishment, and that has been approved. Buck Island Simmonsville Neighborhood Plan, that is in the draft stage, so we've worked through the process. Now we're continuing, and we'll be presenting that final draft plan to the community for final comments, and we'll be bringing it to Planning Commission and Town Council in the next couple months, so that will be complete before the fiscal year. And then you'll see later later this morning or this afternoon, the next step of that would be implementation of the plan. So we've drafted the plan, working on that, anticipate it to be approved in some form this fiscal year, and the next action agenda item would be the implementation of those action items that result from it. Community newsletter. Many of you in this room, I'm sure in your mailbox, received the hard copy newsletter that the communications team has pulled together. So one thing that came out last 2 years when we were here is we have lots of different ways to communicate, but sometimes paper is still a productive way. You know, people still like that paper in their hands, read it, you know, clip it on their refrigerator or whatever the case may be. So we do that twice a year and continuing moving forward with that. The police department strategic plan, Chief Babkowitz and his team have developed that strategic plan and are moving forward with the implementation steps of that. And then the public art program, that was approved by council. The public art program and a public art committee has been established, and they've started to meet and prioritize locations and how they're going to move forward with that. So that is now becoming operational, in focus, and moving forward. Economic growth. So the Buckwalter Place Multi-County Commerce Park, public-private partnership. Again, that was something that was recently approved by Town Council to work with a partner to construct some buildings and some spaces, another hub for the Don Ryan Center. So that we are just finalizing the legal agreements. Oh, actually, it has been signed, so accomplished, check. And now that'll become under construction and moving forward with that. So that was a big lift, and I think that was great progress with that. Partnerships to accept donations. As you'll know, over the years, we have inquiries of someone who'd like to plant a tree or put out a bench or you know, they'd like to give in some way didn't have a formal process of how to do this, or, we just we figured it out as we went, but just, walked through the process of how we do it and able to accept those donations. So that's been done in a check. And then key performance indicators. Well, how are we doing? We do a lot of things, and there's, like I said, 73 in this plan. There's maybe a little bit more for the next year's plan, but did the program work? Was it successful? Do we need to tweak it? So the key performance indicators have come up with some measurables. And again, it's measurable for the program, for the staff. What do we need to do to tweak it? Or do we need to, pivot and do something else? So that's been done, and we are monitoring that, and staff is putting that and getting that on the website, so it's all transparent, and we can go ahead and go through it. Lots with the May River and the surrounding rivers and watersheds. The Old Town Master Plan Drainage Improvement Study has been complete. You saw a lot of this at your workshop a couple months ago. We are moving forward, and I don't want to take anything away from BJWSA's presentation later, but the Stony Creek Sewer Intergovernmental Agreement, that is moving forward, and we're going through the approval process so that we can get people off septic tanks and on the sewer system and protect the May River. That's a regional project that affects us all, so we're a big partner in that and pushing that forward. Sewer connection program, they're continuing to, as we have sewer lines in, get those connections in place and have a program to help people financially or just to get through the process if they qualify to go ahead and do that conversion. So still moving forward with that and all of our sewer projects. And then just continuing going through that watershed action plan and the items that are listed through that. So you'll see a lot of that in the next one. So at the last town council workshop, we went through the capital projects and which ones were in each bucket, which ones are under going to be completed soon, which ones are in design phase, which ones are carryover. So there's a lot of that. And if anyone from the public wanted to look back, all of that presentation is linked, and you can look at that in more detail. But some of our big projects, the new Riverside Barn Park, the infrastructure is going in. There's sidewalks and drainage ponds and stuff that us and town staff think is pretty exciting, but not super pretty yet, but it's definitely moving forward. And so we've signed the contract for the next steps with that. So that'll be great with the new playground and event facility and things like that. Splash pad right here at Oscar Fraser Park. That should be finished, we hope, by June, and definitely this summer, everything going as planned, a splash pad here at the park. Oyster Factory Park, some more improvements for events and to adjust to users, so food trucks can get in there, accessibility, just continue to elevate that space. Just playground equipment, always changing things out, want to make sure everything's safe and current and what the kids and the users would like, make sure it's accessible for everyone. I'm continuing to do that. Right now there's some equipment going in at DuBose Park. Just refreshing that. Bridge Street Streetscape, Phase 1, some parking's been delineated, just sidewalks, things like that. So the first phase has been complete. And the Squire Pope Carriage House, you saw that raised, that going through the rehabilitation process, and that eventually we're working with SCAD Pro, who's coming up with some innovative ideas and things that was presented to council at that workshop to use as our welcome center and just kind of a hub there for the Wright Family Park. Here's a lot of what I just kind of touched on. You can see the list of what's complete or will be complete soon. We've got, like I said, Oyster Factor parking lot, for portion of that. Over at the LEC, our police station, to get that, the challenge course, the fitness course that they go through. Garvin Garvey House, if you go inside there, the interpretive signage, all that has been complete. Some stormwater projects, sidewalks, and again, some streetscape. Here's that list. A lot of what I've already touched on there. Just kind of lists out the schedule and a little bit more about the projects. You go ahead.
Pause for reading,
Okay.
just a second.
While they're reading, Heather, are these slides, are they available so we
Yes.
can look at them later?
We will be, yes, yes.
For everybody
You
to?
got them late last night?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
it's just really good. This is a lot and that's so simple.
So these are projects that we're moving forward with, contracts and things we anticipate to be in place before the end of the fiscal year, so June 30th. So moving forward, like I said, a lot of our park projects, splash pad, the event space, and lighting. And like I said, all of that and more details in the binders, which is available, and then we'll make sure we get this presentation linked up after the meeting.
And all of this was a result of our strategic planning the last 2 years. And so it's really not a time for really comments other than just to know what we're doing, because this has been budgeted and it's in the plan. So I'll definitely look to more comments when we start talking about discussion. So,
Okay.
great.
So, we'll talk about surveys. We changed those up a little bit, particularly here in the delivery of the questions. So I'm going to look, what tab is the survey?
It's not 2. I bet it's 8.
7.
7, and it's at the first part is of tab 7 is the workbook. So go through the first
14 pages.
yeah, that sounds about right. There you go, Larry's got it. Starts with a big green bar in the middle of it.
Page 13, or 1 of 13.
1 of 13,
There you go, 1 of 13 is the start of the survey.
but after page 18.
Yeah, well, we didn't put the book together.
It's okay.
Page 19.
So, as usual, we did the same survey for both the council and the leadership team. We are really worried in any community that we maintain alignment between the council and the staff. So we send identical surveys to both to make sure that we're all still marching in the same parade. And we clearly are based on these survey results. So we begin the survey just making sure that the mission and vision statements are current. You see that there are a couple of comments in there, but wholesale changes, everybody is still in pretty tight agreement with yes, you believe the mission still holds up. Yes, we believe that our vision statement is still there. So we don't have any divergence occurring there as well. So that another good sign. Yes, ma'am.
This is just council. You said you did staff too.
Yes.
Do we not have their results?
You do not.
Okay.
So the staff results, as well as your results, really kind of inform the process going forward. What projects do we need? You will see the result of that in the list of the projects. So you have never seen the leadership team survey results, and we like to just show you yours, just to kind of see where things are at and know that your material is in there. Mostly the comments, because you don't get an opportunity to really talk to one another or hear your thoughts. These survey results give you some very raw thoughts. So I realize that you're probably looking at them for the first time now. So when you come up, later on, maybe there will be some discussion at lunch or another day when you go, hey, did you see that one comment that one of us made? Is usually how this unfolds. So we were very curious to see about how you felt about the performance of your current strategic plan. And obviously, everyone is very much in favor of that as well. Questions 4 through 10 focused on each of your focus areas and what challenges and issues you all thought were related to that. anything that was raised in these questions, 4 through 10, those populated the projects going forward. So rather than go through each of those survey questions with you as we have done in the past, listing everyone's comments, we just give them to you right there. There is nothing earth-shattering. There is nothing to really call out, which is a really positive sign that you are looking at the planning process as it's supposed to be.
So I'm going to speak for some that maybe want to speak. I'm curious what staff thinks. Are we on? Because if we're not on the same page, it's going to be a struggle.
You're 100% on the same page.
And then, like,
Why can't we see that?
Oh, we can. We just didn't. We should. It's not in their binders, no. We generally don't share the staff results with the council, but they have them and they can certainly share them.
I think it helps us for our 2-year planning. I mean, we're all a team here.
Sure.
And I've sat with councils and staff where we weren't, and we've worked so hard to be a team. It's honest discussion. Like, I want to go back to the question 2. I think that brings up, should council discuss, do we want to talk about the historic in the district and the May River in our mission statement? I mean, isn't that something that should come out of this day?
We have a presentation on the historic preservation process. I want to make sure I say that right. This afternoon. So
Can we go back to this page then, or shouldn't we talk with you about next steps? And maybe I'm alone on this.
What is your question?
So on page 2 of 13, 4 are happy with the mission statement, 1 is not, and the response was, in some way, I'd like to see as much focus on the historic district and the May River in the mission statement. So is that if only one thinks it, they need 2 other people. But
Right.
shouldn't we at least put that on Stephen's plate to address it? Doesn't have to be now, but how do we reword and not have an 8-paragraph mission statement? But, and I'm just on page 2. I hadn't even looked at these yet.
Right, no, I understand. So what we have, our experience has been that when one individual has an issue, sometimes the staff is aware of who that one person is and can work with them to update that. If we saw multiple requests for, hey, we need to really make some wholesale changes to our mission statement, then we generally suggest that we have a project be a rewrite of the mission statement. But with it being a singular comment, we generally don't go down that road unless, which is why we spend a little bit of time here talking about these comments.
And the other thing, Mayor and Council, is in a few minutes, we'll be getting into your focus areas and guiding principles. And when Bill and I reviewed this statement, that can actually be embedded in some of those, because you have a May River, as you know. I think it was a year or so or several years ago, we put in a May River focus area. So we already have that, and that emphasizes that's what we will do always. So that is in there. The question on the historic district is whether or not we'll blend it in somewhere within a focus area or guiding principle when we get to it, Mayor. Your mission statement, otherwise your mission state, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
You can't?
Talk in, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. This is.
We've realized these aren't as good as we thought they were.
Yeah, this is, wow. Is that better? Yeah, okay. So do I have to repeat any of that, or should I go? Okay, so the fact is, on those 2 statements, we have a focus area on May River that is pretty extensive. And in terms of the historic district, as we go through in a few minutes, looking at your focus areas and your guiding principles, if there's something where we need to emphasize more focus on the historic district, we can, Mayor. In terms of not having your mission statement as it stands currently, it should be, pretty specific and direct the staff in the areas in what you want the staff to work on. And if we start putting in, we're going to put in the May River, we're going to put in the historic district, then why not put in infrastructure? Why not put in public safety, you start broadening that mission statement as opposed to keeping it fairly generic. So just, I see you.
I don't know that I agree, but.
Okay.
You want to hear comments from us?
I think we're letting staff know, yeah.
Yeah.
For me, I think keeping it generic or in a sense ambiguous like this allows it to be a little more all-encompassing. I think, dealing with the perception people currently have that we are more focused on historic Bluffton or Old Town versus like a new town, and we don't have a good marry of both. I think that might only bolster that point for some people to feel that our focus and concern is only for one part of Bluffton and not all. I like the way it is now in that it doesn't single out any particular area or part. It just speaks to our focus on the entire community. So I would be concerned if we start to put in, certain areas and not others, and what those implications to other people might be.
I must be sitting too close to Bridget because
That's why we're all here.
that's, I don't think we should separate or designate certain areas for more focus than others, because we're big. So, just my opinion.
No, that's why I just bring it up for discussion.
Okay, so we don't need to make a change.
I don't normally agree with Bridget and Larry, but this morning I will.
Well, there you go.
The vision statement talks about the past. You go to page 4. So you got that historic thing covered in your vision statement, and maybe you look at environmental concern in the vision statement, which would cover the clause in our vision statement. That would cover the comment on.
And I think holy smokes. Yeah, I'm going to be right on top of this thing. I think I think you have to decide going forward, do you want to perhaps look at a project for mission statement rewrite? It's not something that you do in a 15-minute segment of a day like today. It's a dedicated, effort. And then you have to look at where does this fall in the grand scheme of what it is that you're trying to do as well. So I just leave that to staff for their future consideration to bring it back to the council. So, which is why we end up not having that. So thank you for the conversation. So we move into, like I said, questions 4 through 10, looking at what the challenges are, where things are at. That populated the project list, because this is really, hey, council, what are your concerns under each one of our focus areas? What challenges do you see? What solutions do you think there are out there? Staff, they told us yesterday, which we didn't realize, because our normal process, Mike and I come in and we go, hey, here's the whole list of what we gleaned from this survey. And our list is generally pretty extensive. We had received a draft list from Stephen and the executive team, and it already had everything but about 4 projects in there. And what they told us yesterday was throughout the last couple of years, they track the things that you guys talk about. They don't just let it linger, which I wish they did in my community, because we have to keep rehashing things over and over again. So we have a very extensive list of projects, and it is a result of what you had. So I think you will see, if you filled the survey out and you said, I'm worried about X, I'm very confident that when we get to the project list, you will see that in there. It's addressed in there. So this is really more kind of informative of where we go. Questions 10 through 13 focused on the historic preservation. So that's 10 through 13, and this is really an opportunity. Your answers were informative for the staff going forward, which really, if you recall what we did, I think was affordable housing last time? Or
We were DRCI last time.
DRCI last time. So, thank you. That provided a lot of information for staff to really kind of push through and get, I think, the Don Ryan Center back to where you had wanted it. So we took the same approach this year for historic preservation. And that, these answers, Stephen, you want to talk to what you're going to do with this? Because we're not talking about it necessarily today. What's your intent with the answers to these questions?
Or the historic preservation questions? Yeah, so the reason we wanted to ask these questions is we've heard a lot over the last really year about historic preservation, some of the processes, the committee, the steps, making it easier to access, to work through our processes, make it more user-friendly. Also about why, how some of our historic properties are designated historic and what the relationship looks like between the state and us and all the different, and the two different historic districts that we have. So we really wanted to get kind of council's baseline understanding of what historic preservation means to y'all. So as we start putting projects together over the next couple of years to start addressing this, and we have the conversation this afternoon, we want to make sure that we understand as a group what your definition of historic preservation is, what your core values are of it is, so we can make sure that what we're setting in place is something that all of y'all are going to support and agree to make sure that our process and our district and all of that is reflective of those core values that council has. Very similar to what we did with DRCI last time. We wanted to have the conversation because it's one of those things when you ask each of you individually, what does historic preservation mean to you for the town of Bluffton? 80% of the content between all 5 of you are going to be very similar to each other, but there's going to be part of it that is unique to each of you. Some of you may say, I don't think that this that we do here is necessarily as important as this, and somebody else may have the complete opposite idea. So we want to make sure that that 80% that is the baseline, that we get that right, and then the other 20% we look at projects moving forward to make sure we're addressing that, to be consistent and make sure we have all of council's support. Is that good? Any questions?
Well, I
on
think
that?
it's questions 11 through 13. I just edit. 10 was on affordable housing. So it's questions that I see,
Oh.
it's questions 11, 12, and 13. And maybe what does the historic district in Bluffton mean to you? Maybe that's an overall umbrella, because I think that's where we're all need to get the message out, and why did we create it, and why is it here? And it's not because it's, emphasis was put on this square mile because that's all we were in 1986, and we wanted to be something, and really is why I think the key to people moving here, because they do have that 1 square mile. So those are just my thoughts on it, but I'm excited to talk about this after lunch, if that's where you're setting it up.
That's the plan for that. So, so rather than, again, go through each one, so you've got the survey results there, you kind of see what everybody thought, where they landed on those topics. So when we talk about the strategic plan itself, we've kind of boiled all of our slides down to this one, which really are about focus areas being those statements that result in we will always, what we will always do. So we will always, and that's your focus area. The guiding principles underneath each one of those are those statements that say, and this is how we'll do it. And then the projects are, and this is what we're going to do. So that's kind of our system in a nutshell. And it really helps kind of move things forward. We have made some tweaks over the years from what we've done. We added affordable workforce housing. I think not the last session, but the session before that. I think we tweaked it the last time, and I think we're going to look to tweak it again. And I'm getting the sense that we probably need to find a way to reference the historic preservation, probably in one of these other guiding principles as well. So we'll have just a little bit of work on that. And then as a quick reminder, this is, these are your focus areas where we go from there. And I'm going to need just a moment to reshuffle the slide presentation and get into doing some work. So give me just a second and we'll get this turned over real quick.
Do you need like 2 minutes? Because people can get up and get
Yeah.
coffee or
Yeah,
use
get up,
the
get
restroom, but
coffee,
don't-
use the restroom.
Don't gather and chat, right?
There you go.
We're not taking a break, but just know, and Blakely, you stood up, so you can tell everybody who you are while we're.
Good morning, Blakely Williams, Dominion Energy. Thanks for having me.
And who else came in? I saw Bree, which I wouldn't make her get up, but Bree, you may as well get up and say who you are. You're our historian and our key. You don't have to stand up, but. Thank y'all. Get coffee, or are we on target, Stephen? Where are we? We're good? Good.
Where we're going now is where you'll probably spend a good portion of your time this morning.
And this is item 4, town council discussion, strategic priorities. Is that where we are? Okay. So it's 10 o'clock. We'll probably spend an hour, and this is where I'm going to look to our chairs and commissions and county. One more minute.
Yeah.
everyone around the table. Let's get back. He's ready.
Hold down here.
You want a mint bowl?
Lisa's hogging all your mints.
I don't have mints. Oh, thank you, Stephen. Okay, let's go. If y'all are happy, we're happy. They'll gather when you talk. They won't when I do.
Okay.
Good.
So,
Yeah, just-
Excellent. Mayor and Council, good morning.
This is better.
I agree. Stephen, did you have thoughts on any others? And committees, I agree.
Yes.
Committees considered advisory groups, Heather? Okay. 2 E's,
Any more on this?
2 E's in committee. You're welcome.
Okay, so we can move to the next focus area, which is your community quality of life. And Mayor, before we get started in this focus area, I do want to point out that, and not only in the guiding principle 1, but also in the focus area itself, there's a reference to, and I'll just read this sentence. It says, our community can come together to celebrate and preserve its culture and history while enhancing the quality of life. That, focusing on history, but the guiding principle 1 is preserve and enhance the historic and cultural identity resources that reflect the values and traditions of our community. We'll support and promote cultural activities that reflect our historic legacy. So at some point, we're not sure what year, the council, there was this definite interest in our quality of life here in Bluffton to make sure that we focus on history, because you guys have a beautiful community here. Guiding principle 2 is the support and create partnership with public, private educational institutions, leadership, multi-generational development, because you got to leave some of us out don't leave us out that are baby boomers. We want to be remembered. Thank you, millennials. Create and enhance connection with neighborhoods through the town, outreach, strategic utilization of various communication methods. That's your newsletter. It's great. Enhance public safety, business processes, and innovative programs, which your chief is doing. 5 is, getting ahead of myself here just a minute, sorry. 5 is foster and support place-based initiatives and evaluate community policies, programs, gathering places, events that promote quality of life, healthy lifestyles. And then last but not least is your 6th principle, which is policies and practices that encourage environmental conscious initiatives, policies, town codes that support a clean, well-maintained, that promotes natural resources. And again, even though May River is a separate focus area, that include the May River. It's a wonderful resource and wonderful oysters. I just thought I would say that. You want to scroll? Okay. Have a look at it. Now, there was a mention. Most of you were fine with this. There were statements. There was a statement regarding initiatives are good, but would like to dig deeper in some of the guiding principles that mentioned 1, 2, and 3, and then some of the challenges. There was a housing, and there was a statement about transportation growth, water quality, and I think those are more related to, when we look later this afternoon at projects. But there was a statement regarding looking at guiding principle 1, and maybe that statement was related to this whole, yes.
I think it was me. Again, it was a survey I had to pull up on my computer, like our guiding principles.
Yes, ma'am.
To answer some of your questions. But then you had to answer it, then we lost it. Like, there was no way to, it was.
And we're taking notes on that.
We've
Mayor.
We identified a couple of flaws in the last few survey. We thought we were streamlining it, and in fact, we made it more complicated. So see the survey again, well, it'll look different.
And seeing it on paper, I know for me, I'm like, what did I mean by that? But then I remembered I had this computer up looking at it all. So anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So
You've got to get it closer to you.
we've got to get, well, this is,
Next to you.
Well, I'm trying to, this
Can
thing
you
is
hear
like,
Glenn, can you hear in the back with us talking?
yeah, they can
Okay,
hear
so we need
fine.
to talk louder.
We can talk, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's just,
Talking to the world.
well, yes, it's, I hate mics, but I understand we have to use them. Okay, so any more on this focus area?
I would say I can understand what you were requesting of us in terms of getting some more clarity on historic there. And I'd be interested to hear everyone else's thoughts too, because that term is definitely so broad. Like what exactly are we talking about in guiding principle 1, particularly the second sentence where it says we support and promote cultural activities that reflect our historic legacy.
Well, I like it broad because I was actually looking at number 2 before I read number 1. And we're a cultural district. We're multi-generation, but this little small town in southern South Carolina is multicultural as well. But going back to number 1, I see it as it's just a broad brush that encompasses all the subsets that's under it, rather than missing something if we detailed it. That's kind of where I was, Bridget, on it. Anyone else?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it should be detailed. I was just, in reading it, even the first part, historic and cultural, it's almost like could be one and the same.
So it could just be historic, but
No, it's like cultural.
I want to say, I think last year we added,
Out loud.
or 2 years ago, I think we actually added cultural in because we wanted to be more representative besides just historic properties. We wanted to make sure we captured the cultural history of the community as well. I remember a lot of conversation around that last year.
Kind of look at historical as dead, that's already happened, and cultural as still alive. I mean,
no, I can,
You know.
no, I agree. Well, it's a whole thing. You got to know where you came from to know where you're going.
Exactly.
But we're also here.
my word.
So I'm reiterating Larry, so not using dead.
And please don't take that as saying that we shouldn't change it because we changed it 2 years ago. I want to make sure it reflects, so y'all just remember having that conversation. I just wanted to bring that up.
4 or 6 years ago, we became a cultural district from a group of outside people that wanted us to have something more than a historic district. So we're a historic district and we're a cultural district. So I think we need to remind people of that, but those are just my thoughts.
Historic district that want to preserve the culture. That's what we are.
Tell me where you are. Where are you?
preserve the culture.
Preserve the culture.
Yeah.
Preserve and enhance the historic and cultural identity. Does that say
I
it the
think it's
same
fine the way
way?
it is. I don't.
I'm good with it.
I'm fine too.
That's 3.
Bridget, did that answer your question? Because I think you more or less just asked for
Yeah, 'cause
clarity of the rest of
when they
us.
first brought it up, it's highlighted because of that reason. They wanted it from us too. I don't have an issue with either one of the words. It's more so if it's our guiding principle in the sense of how are we stewarding, the principle that we have. And I think it's our responsibility and how that is perceived. And I can only speak for myself and from others. When we talk about that historic nature, I don't know that it's always seen or evidence that it's all encompassing. Like some people think of historic, as Larry said, represents things that are dead. I think people see it from just a general, sometimes fabricated lens. So, if preserve and enhance are in there, maybe thinking of, what else could we add to that in terms of what's our action verb that we're using on how we're stewarding that history, if that makes sense.
Yeah, how about, I like it, but if you're thinking it, preserve, enhance, and educate, well, there's another word we could use. We're preserving and we're enhancing, but what are we doing to get the message out that we
Well,
believe in it?
I lean on what we're looking at doing with like the Sarah Riley Hooks property, and maybe it's supportive. If we're going to look at like Sarah Riley Hooks property, we're talking about potentially making it an artist cottage that can be used by Gullah artisan, then we're being supportive.
supportive of the historic.
I like.
We say
your-
celebrate.
Say your word, Larry.
Celebrate.
Well, you have celebrate up there.
It should be in that guiding principle, I think.
But in the guiding principle, do you want to say supportive or celebrate?
Could be.
What do y'all think? I'm fine with anything. I like the idea.
Yeah, Terry saying promote.
Promote.
And two,
Let's add promote.
I'm with you.
Who wants to add promote real quick and we'll move on?
Promote and not educate?
I like promote because we are, wait a minute, you had the other word you took out.
No, I didn't take anything out, I added
Preserve,
it.
enhance. Preserve, promote, and enhance, so we can move on.
So
Y'all good with it?
not educate, but promote?
Well, two are ready to go on, so you three, what do you want?
To go on.
Well, you are educating the public every day. I mean, you're not just promoting, but you're educating them. I mean, part of our efforts to reach out through the mobile town halls, the newsletter, is to educate them, because they're new and they don't know anything.
Do you like guiding, do you like?
I would leave it the way it is myself, but that's just one person.
Nail it in which direction, because I added two words.
Fine.
Larry says leave it. No, now you're deleting.
The word I added, so am I adding promote or educate, or neither?
All three of them. Promote, educate.
Yeah, put promote in there also. Don't take educate out.
Both.
Preserve, promote, educate, and enhance?
Go for it.
Sure.
Yes.
Let's go.
Okay, now move fast for these two, because they were ready to move.
So are we there?
We're there.
Okay, can we move
He
to?
needs to save, because he's made a lot of
Yeah,
changes.
he's gonna save, and then we'll move to the next one. Lively discussion. Very good, lively.
Coffee and tea.
Yeah, that's good, it's good. So let's go to infrastructure.
That's the simplest one.
So infrastructure was, you were all yes on that. And again, this, as Bill mentioned, this is your area where you do expend a lot of money, but it's very visible to the community, obviously. In the focus area, you'll plan, you'll implement, maintain current, future infrastructure and facilities. In your guiding principle 1, you establish routine and industry best practices to make sure that your above and below grade infrastructure is maintained and kept operational. Identify programs, technologies, resources, and 2, to complement the current operational your practices. And your third focus area here is to establish long-term planning prioritizations and investment for future infrastructure, so to look to the future. Pretty straightforward focus area, and again, all of you are in agreement with this one.
I have a quick question, though.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at it again, and I'm thinking about like the climate we're in, and everyone, maybe they go to our website and read these things. I'm not sure. I think they go on the Facebook world of knowledge, but we aren't in charge of a lot of our infrastructure. So should we be clear with partnerships with the county and state, or should we say we're responsible within our bill? Because a lot of people think we own the roads. Just an example, and that's infrastructure. A lot of people think we run the schools. So should we be clear about that, or do you think people actually get on here and read this to understand what the town is in charge of?
Well, when we get to the, great point, Mayor, but when we get to the projects this afternoon, you'll see under infrastructure that there's some language used that we have to partner, that we have to, like on your utilities, using collaboration with them, because, there's utility. So I think that's, if I'm not a citizen of Bluffton, but, I think if I'm a citizen, I'm looking at a strategic plan, my first thing is, what are you doing? I'm going to look at what's being done, and I think, again, when we get there to this afternoon, it doesn't mean we can't always go back to this, but I think it's pretty clear that we have to partner, Mayor.
Is there a better word than routine? Routine kind of sounds like this set of facts, we're going to do the same thing every time. Maybe procedures instead of routine. Or if you want to leave routine, routine should be plural also, I would think. Because the guidelines are plural. So routine makes it sound like, we're going to do the same thing every time.
Yeah.
So I would suggest we change it to establish procedure.
What do y'all think? I don't like routine, but
Routine is kind of sounds like,
no one's against
we
it.
have to think about it. We got a routine.
No.
So let's think about it. We have procedure.
Oh,
Sorry, that's the lawyer reading. I apologize.
well,
There,
that's a good one, city attorney,
town attorney.
town attorney. Oh, God, I got to remember
4
that.
months anyway.
Yeah.
Town.
Sorry about that. I'm in a town, not a city. I know.
Well,
I know.
it's town. I'll keep saying town until I'm not sitting here.
I only worked for one town in my career, so. Okay, appreciate it. That was a good one. So let's, the next, and after we get through these focus areas, we'll take a break. Mayor, at your recognition, please. So the next one's the big one, is May River. And as was mentioned, this was added a few years ago. The town of Bluffton is committed to protecting and enhancing the environment of the May River. We will improve water quality, economic viability, and the watershed. It's really important. It's the river's the heart. We will celebrate the May River, our history, culture, and environmental. And the environment is protected. Make sure it's protected for future generations. The first guiding principle under this one is support initiatives such as May River Watershed Action Plan, improve water quality. Guiding principle 2 is seek collaboration and partnership, because again, this is a regional issue. It's not just, that it's not just Bluffton, and improve the May and the other new rivers and other watersheds. Celebrate, it's important to celebrate May River and its heritage, and then 4, support active planning management for resiliency of the natural resources. And, and this one deals with climate change, looking and making sure that we're aware of weather events, future disasters, and changing environmental conditions. Under your survey results that are on, I'll get up. 7? Oh, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. On 7, all of you are in agreement. There was one statement regarding, septic failures in the area, which is really a project that, we'll be looking at later this afternoon. And that is an ongoing issue, I know, and a priority for the council. But generally, you seem to be, looks okay, at least with the language of the focus area and guiding principles.
Oh, good.
Okay. So moving to the last but not least.
Let me stop one
Wait,
second.
stop.
Larry can answer this for me. It's more of a technical kind of question, but thank you. So the Okatee, I know that we directly impact that, and I think the area of that is probably equal, when I say area, I mean the runoff and everything is equal to the area of the May River. But what about the Colleton? I mean, how much input do we have, impact on the Colleton?
The Colleton and the Okatee are almost two of the same.
That's my base.
I was wondering what Derek
Oh,
was doing
y'all
over
look
there.
at Derek and Tracy, because she's going to tell you if we're not talking loud enough.
The headwaters are considered the Okatee, up where the Ken Estate property and all that.
Even Willow Run.
And,
Yeah, even
yeah,
Willow Run.
right. But the Colleton is off from that, closer to Port Royal Sound than the Okatee.
And
And so-
if I can add into it, the area we're sitting in right now is part of the Colleton. So from about here north, that all contributes to the Colleton River.
Right.
The Buckwalter Place, Baynard Park, that's the headwaters of the Okatee, which then contributes to the Colleton. So really, everything north of the May River eventually ends up in the Colleton.
So the Okatee area, a lot of that area is not in the city limits of Bluffton. More of it will be in the Hardyville jurisdiction in Beaufort County.
Yeah, the Okatee North,
Right.
all from Sun City, that area comes down and moves in. Everything in Okatee South, Buckwalter area comes up and around to the Okatee. All swings around to the Colleton and then out.
I mean, I only bring it up for the obvious apparent reason that we can try to keep our water quality as best we can, but a lot of it lies outside the boundaries of what we're capable of doing through other jurisdictions.
Right.
Okay.
Right, we still have to do our part.
Right.
And
Is that-
work with them on.
Is that why it says Okatee/Colleton? Because they're kind of one and the same, but we need to acknowledge both?
Right.
Okay.
The Okatee is basically the headwaters of the Colleton.
Correct.
You know, the difference in the two is the water is not as deep, and it dead ends, you know, just like the headwaters of the May River.
And if we talk about impairments, the Okatee has a TMDL, which is a total daily maximum load. Won't get too technical about that.
Bill, lean up a little bit.
It has an impairment on it right now, the Okatee does, but the Colleton does not. So that's where we kind of split that off, so we spend more time in the Okatee area.
And, and to go into what Councilman Wood was kind of answering, or I think asking about, when you look at 1 and 2, it does use words like support initiatives. It doesn't say that they all have to be ours. And then when it comes seek collaboration and partnership, that can be like the stormwater ordinance that we got the county and us that we jointly adopted. So I think it covers what we can address and also working with others on areas that we don't have control over through SoLoco, through some of the other organizations that we can partner with and work with.
Yes, and another good example of that is the New River actually separates Beaufort County from Jasper County. So all the stormwater that goes into the New River coming from Bluffton, Beaufort County, and Jasper County. Everything on the west side of the New River is considered Jasper County.
And thank you. I think what happened with me here, I was reading Principle 1. I hadn't read Principle 2 yet, and Principle 2 answers to Stephen's point. It talks about my point I was trying to make. It's there. I just didn't read it at the time.
Good question.
Good eye, anyway.
Okay.
Mayor, council, we'll move to the next one, which is, last but not least, is affordable housing. And in this one, we are actually, based on the meeting yesterday with staff, we're gonna discuss a change. But this again is.
Page 10 for whoever's following along.
It's after 9. Yes, you were going to 6.
Sorry.
No, it's just, I said 10 and he went to 6.
He went 6.
It says 10 after 9.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. 10 after 9. Well, there's a joke.
It's just,
Oh, no,
no,
she-
we just love each
It's
other.
all, oh, this is good. Let's have a group hug. I love that. The town of Bluffton is committed to improving quality of families and community by helping develop and produce assisted, low, and affordable housing, workforce affordable housing. Regional leader will maximize strategic public-private partnerships. So you also are going to be looking at, the regional aspects of affordable housing. The first focus area deals with fostering private sector partners to design and help you develop diverse housing options. The second is to enhance working relationship with regional partners because it's not just about your local private sector partners, but also how do we deal with this as a regional issue. And then on this third one, we were all scratching our heads yesterday, even though when the staff was asking Bill and I, we were even trying to remember. This was added in to enhance public safety, business process improvements, and innovative programs, and ensure a safe community, which is also mentioned under our community quality of life. And so we didn't know, we need to have a discussion on that one. We want to come back to that one. Establish easily, you want to make sure your ordinance and policies help to promote the ease of
Let me jump in on this one. So what we're suggesting is that we remove what is in the current plan, which is highlighted in yellow and stricken, and replace it with the new guiding principle 3 that's on the screen.
When we had the discussion yesterday, we were trying, like you said, we were trying to figure out, and we thought that maybe when it was talking about process improvements, a lot of the conversation we've had over the last year or two has been making our processes easier to navigate, and also making sure that all citizens, when they come in, that they understand the processes, and we make it easier for them, so that if they are trying to do affordable housing, or they're trying to do something that keeps them in affordable housing, that we're trying to figure out if that's where y'all were going with that. So that's where this language came from.
I
don't know how
definitely
public
think
safety-
that one makes way more sense, because that public safety one seems like a outlier in the conversation about housing.
Yeah, I don't
understand
know.
that.
I don't even remember that.
Either.
Well, but go up to the top, because it talks about had it on my notes when you finish, in safe neighborhoods, who can all of our neighborhoods should be safe. We shouldn't we can't help you there because that's not a safe neighborhood. So that was on my list while we're talking about safety. But if you want to finish up, I have some thought, I've got questions on this.
And so as Bill mentioned, there was, and Stephen, there was a substitute in terms of principle 3. 4 is seek state and federal assistance, and 5 is leverage town's position to seek affordable housing with each new development. So when new developments come in, the town will position itself to see if a portion or all of that development can be affordable. Back to you, Mayor.
Well,
And council.
I've got if y'all don't mind. So I have this cup in front of me called Save the Shutters. We don't talk about nonprofits. We don't talk about our neighborhood assistance program that this fella right here spearheaded. I think we need to address how we can handhold with nonprofits and also people who go through our neighborhood assistance program to not have hurdles. And it's no fault, I just think we need to address it. There are hurdles when we're trying to do our best to keep people in their homes and not sell their homes to developers who then turn that one home into 8 units of affordable. So I'd like to address it in this section if we can, and Stephen can probably add more to it. But
Well, that's kind of what we were trying to do when we did the language for number 3, because it talks about easily navigated ordinances and policies that encourage. And then when it says the maintaining innovative programs that promote housing options for all, that's what we were looking at with the neighborhood assistance, our affordable housing projects, and other similar programs like that. If it needs to be outside of maintaining, it can be partnering on innovative for, with other agencies if we want. We were really struggling with the language on this because we were trying to capture making it easy, the neighborhood assistance program, and all of that together in kind of a guiding principle, because when we had the discussion, we really felt that that's where number 3 was really trying to get with the process improvements. So we were kind of struggling with some of that language, trying to make it all tie together. So any input we'd love to have, and I agree, I think that's where we were trying to get, and if we need to reword any of that to make sure that we're accomplishing all of council's goals there, I think we were hoping this was a good start to have that conversation.
struggle with it, but I'll wait till others talk.
Well, if we could go back up to the overarching point always at the top. Now, for the section on affordable housing, and I'm not sure if anyone else feels the same way, but I think keeping the word safe in there perpetuates a stigma that we've been dealing with in the conversation of affordable housing. And so I don't know that that's necessary or that helps our cause, because if we're working to develop housing, it's an automatic, I think, understanding that it is going to be safe. And so if we don't have that language anywhere else, I don't want to, keep that idea going that affordable housing has to be synonymous also with unsafe.
Well, where is an unsafe neighborhood? Why are we saying we have unsafe neighborhoods in our town?
Well, that's her point, and I agree.
That's what she said.
hear yes, yes, yes,
Just
yes.
take safe out, right?
Yeah, just,
Yes. All that she just said, so type fast.
I don't know why this other affordable is in here as well.
Yeah.
Affordable and/or, I think that was a keeper from a previous edition when we went, I think we started this a number of years ago just as affordable. And then when we came back, we added this workforce.
So you got an extra affordable.
So I think we got an extra, I think the
2 for 1.
wording in there is extra. So if we
Fred, the mayor would never say city, and I would never say workforce.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm glad you have affordable first.
Right. So in neighborhoods, I mean, I think that's, take that
I think
part
it
out
needs to
too?
be throughout the community, or just leave it.
We're one town, throughout in the town.
Again, because where our affordable housing properties are located are throughout the town, so it needs to be, and even within some, when we talk about within neighborhoods, we're trying to work within development agreements, outside of development agreements, so.
I really want to impress upon the nonprofit help, and I know that's the private end, but I'm seeing through our talk of affordable housing, people are now saying affordable housing again, which is nice. You're always going to have people that are focused on a subset, which is workforce. That is a subset of affordable, but I want to make sure we're ready to to partner with the Save the Shutters and others, and we also have a group started, which I'm thrilled to be on the board, and Carletha is the program director of a group that's starting on Hilton Head to actually do something and buy units, and they're going to move into Bluffton. So how can our procedures and policies make this easier? Everything should be easy in this town, but how can we say we're open for business for others that can give us guidance and help? Because you have people in this world that don't think government should be involved in this at all.
Right.
So how do we heavy-sided say we need help? And they have no problem raising money. They just need hand-holding from start to finish, and there's no immediate stop work of anything when we all got to be on the same page.
And you gave a nod to Fred in the Neighborhood Assistance Program. Were you asking to include that language in here somehow too?
I don't know, I think we should address it, but I don't know if we're getting in the weeds or if it's
I
in
think it's too detailed. So I
That's
added
right.
the word nonprofit, so we talk about enhancing working relationships with nonprofits and regional partners.
That says it all.
And the
Yeah.
first one actually talks about private, so if it is a private group that's looking to do something, those as well. So we kind of pick up private, nonprofit, and regional.
But your guiding principles, they're broad, I agree. I think neighborhood assistance is the best affordable housing tool anybody's ever used, and I don't want to lighten it. Should it be in the guiding principles?
That's today.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, there may be even a better program that we don't know about yet.
Should we
So we
talk-
don't want to call it out.
Should we talk about programs then, current programs, and Carletha? So Carletha said supportive of other or all housing programs, somewhere in there. And I don't think enough attention is on what we've been doing and what Vicki, and I don't see Vicki today, but what Vicki has done in the past 2 years with that, and nobody realizes it. We've done more than just Wharf Street.
What was that language?
Supportive of housing and supportive housing, I gotcha, okay.
And
Get that with that?
Consisting of.
supportive of housing programs.
Supportive of
Is it
housing?
of or supportive housing?
Or supportive housing. So there are other programs that are supportive housing. I got you. So for everyone who's listening, the supportive housing programs are current initiatives and future. And we are saying, that's kind of a economic gardening word, supportive housing programs, right?
I think what might help also is that on the very last sentence, it says, for meeting our community's current and future housing needs. I think that kind of helps with the neighborhood assistance program with those improvements, because the goal is to keep the people in their homes, so current housing needs as well.
Perfect.
So,
So
he-
this has been the change, the general change in this gray highlighted. And then we added nonprofits to guiding principle 2. Struck out the bad language in guiding principle 3 and put this newer guiding principle 3 in.
And Mayor, to go back to some of the topics you were bringing up about the neighborhood assistance program earlier, is when you get into the actual agenda, the action items, that's where we have already got stuff in there about looking to potentially amend, approve that program. So I think as we talk about specific programs that we do, they need to be more in the action item versus here, like Carlita was saying, identify the broad category of it, and then we can get into the specifics in the actual action items. For y'all at the Affordable Housing Committee?
It's where Fred's fine. He's got 18 different T's he can pick from.
Okay, council, mayor and council members, so that is your final focus area. And I think at this point, we can, Mayor, with your recognition, we can take a break and.
Great. So I just want for whoever is out there looking, we just broadly went over our priorities, but then down in number 7 is our actual action items that are going to fit into this, where, if anyone needs to leave and that's important, I would say that's going to be somewhere around 2-ish, if we're planning to be finished by 3:30 or 4. And we value comments. So if, just kind of plan your day around there, because I know a lot of people are working and they've got to get back. So do y'all want to, how long of a break do you want? Are we on track, Fred? 11:30 lunch?
Yes, and that's what I'll say. I think we're actually probably about 15 minutes ahead of where we were anticipating breaking before lunch, so we've gone quicker.
Let's do 15. Listen, anyone here, if you have thoughts and you got to go, give it to one of us and we'll ask. And while we're taking a break, are there any questions of people in the audience? Anything? We have another person. Let Courtney make your neighbor stand up and say who he is. Thank you. Okay, Courtney, what do you have? And talk loud, because I have to.
Fred made a comment about the word workforce, and I'm just wondering.
Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you, Courtney, as well. We keep trying to figure out how not to say affordable housing because we're trying to satisfy the not in my backyard. And as long as we keep satisfying those people, we're going to lose focus. So it's too important for us to keep trying to change the narrative. Either we buy into it or we don't. That's my point.
Thank you, Courtney. Courtney asked, she's with Bluffton Self-Help, I'm just doing this for the recording, the wording of affordable and workforce. We're taking a break. I think there are groups that only want to do workforce, and we should be supportive of that too. I think what you don't see anymore is attainable. And we don't talk about that anymore. People are talking about affordable, y'all. It is the word of the day. So I don't know if anyone wants to say it. We're taking a 15-minute break. Does anyone else want to say anything? Okay. 15 minutes. Well, maybe. Pretty subject. What? Oh,
No, but are we ready?
I think so. Fred, do you need to scoot? Oh, okay. Introduce yourself, and it's good to have you here, Verna. Thank you.
No, well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the invitation. And I also have Sarah Linkenberg with me. She is a Deputy General Manager, and I am the General Manager of Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer. And I was sitting here, I really appreciate being invited to this. It's great to hear the conversation and what all your plans are. We do have our board retreat tomorrow, so it's kind of gets me in the mood for strategic planning. But I was sitting thinking as all the discussion was going on that I rolled into town 6 months and 2 days ago. Literally, I rolled in on April 30th and started my new job on May 1st, and I rolled into this town. I actually stayed a couple streets over for a time period. Love it here. Bluffton and all that you all have done is just amazing. So I just wanted to say that. So in my short time here, I've learned a lot. As many people have said, I bet you're drinking from a fire hose, and I think that's been an understatement. But I'm glad to be here, and I would like to kind of go over a high-level view of BJWSA, and some of this is my, what I've learned since I've been here. Anytime water utilities and utility formation really kind of fascinates me because it really speaks to how communities develop because they are so dependent on a safe water supply and having wastewater facilities and sanitation to have a safe community. So I was interested in how BJWSA started, and I just thought I'd present a timeline in case you didn't know, or if you do, it's a nice review. So the authority was created in 1954 by the South Carolina legislature. The first water treatment plant was the Chelsea plant, and if you don't know where that is, it's over off of Snake Road at 170, really right in the center of our service area. It's a great location. And I think what's fascinating to me, I'm a water person. I worked for Cincinnati Water Works for 22 years. And there's always something unique about a water system. And one of the unique things, there's several here, is that 18-mile canal that takes water from the Savannah River over to the Chelsea plant. And I think the Corps, the U.S. Army, the federal government funded that canal, and it was like less than $1 million to build an 18-mile canal, which today, I think there was like $800,000. I think today it would probably be $1 billion to build that. But it really is amazing to know the great water source we have with the Savannah River here, and that canal is really priceless. So we're so fortunate to have that. Throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s, BJWSA continued to grow over time. That tank out on Highway 170 over in north of Broad was constructed in 1965. The authority was granted wastewater service in 1969. And then in 1983, that's when we became the Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer Authority, when we consolidated with Jasper County. And then in 1984, the Chelsea plant was expanded to 16 MGDs, million gallons per day, a lot of water. And then throughout the 1990s and 2000s, there were numerous upgrades, facilities added. In 1994, the Cherry Point Water Reclamation Facility, which is the wastewater treatment plant, was constructed. In 1999, the Chelsea plant was expanded again to its current capacity of 24 MGD. In 2004, the Purrysburg plant was constructed, which is just kind of northwest of Hardeeville. In 2006, Port Royal plant was constructed, which is north of Broad. The Cherry plant was expanded, Cherry Point, I'm sorry, was expanded in 2009 to 7.5 million gallons per day. In 2012, there was a big water main, one of the biggest that BJWSA has, a 36-inch water main. So Bluffton was started, and then in 2019, the Hardyville Water Reclamation Facility, that facility was expanded to 2.7 MGD. And just to put it into perspective how much the utility has grown in 1989, which is around when I started my career, BJWSA had 30 employees, and today we're running almost at 220. So it really has grown, as you all are aware. And then today, BJWSA serves parts of Beaufort and Jasper counties. It covers 750 square miles, which is a huge service area from a water utility perspective. It's amazing to me actually how big the service area is. And, you know, it's a lot to cover. It takes a lot of infrastructure, as you know, to provide water and sewer to these areas. We serve 4 municipalities: Bluffton, obviously, Beaufort, Hardyville, and Port Royal, and we have 65,000 water connections and 46,000 sewer connections. We also have 7 wholesale customers and provide water to the military bases north of Broad. So a little bit about our water system. The primary water source, as I said before, is the Savannah River. That actually serves both plants. We have the Chelsea plant that gets served through the 18-mile-long canal, and then the Purrysburg plant draws water directly from the Savannah River. Our total treatment capacity today is 39 MGD. Purrysburg, that was built in 2004, added 15 MGD to the original 24 that was at Chelsea. And then our distribution system, a lot of water line covering those 750 square miles, 1,500 miles, 10 booster stations. Obviously, fire hydrants and valves are major parts of our system also. Our wastewater plant capacity is about 10.5 million gallons. We have 8 treatment plants. We have 3 major plants, and that would be the Hardyville, Cherry Point, and then the Port Royal plants. More than 1,000 miles of sewer pipe, and a lot of lift stations here, which is something that amazed me. I come from a very hilly terrain, and when I got here and found out there were 530 pump stations, I could not believe that. But there's obvious reasons for those with the topography and the groundwater table here, why there are so many. So water is easy here. Sewer is a challenge just from the topography and from the vastness of the land that we serve. Our wastewater plants, it's basically a nature that's sped up is how I envision wastewater plants. The processes that we use are just a replication of what nature uses, and we just provide ways to speed that process up so that we can treat the water and then discharge it back into the environment in a pristine manner, basically the way it originally was. We use the biological treatment. We use nature, like I said, to accomplish that. We also disinfect the water before we release it back to the environment to make sure that there's no disease-causing organisms in the water, and we do that with ultraviolet light, or we may use a form of chlorine to do that. We also, sustainability is really important to us, so we do incorporate solar arrays at our treatment plants, and we generate more than 1,200 megawatts of energy annually to reduce our carbon footprint. So preparing for the future, that's why we're all here today. Our strategic plan, just to give you a very high-level view of what BJWSA has done. Our mission is to provide quality water and wastewater services to our current and future customers of the Lowcountry. The themes of this, I don't think, are going to surprise anyone. Workforce is obviously a big issue for all of us. As I listen to the issues with affordable housing, you know, that's something that we're interested in too, because our workforce, as with all of ours, we need to have communities to draw people to this area to work that they could live in. Infrastructure viability, we are, as I went over all of our infrastructure, we're continually putting more in, and we also have to make sure we're taking care of what we have. I think that was one of the things that you all were talking about earlier, having programs in place to maintain those assets. And our asset management program is all about minimizing that life cycle cost from the time that we put it in to the time that we retire that asset. Are we really minimizing the cost of owning it? And of course, that leads into our financial sustainability and making sure that not only do we have water and sewer services, they have to be affordable, or else it's not going to do anyone any good if they can't afford it. So that's very important to us in our rate setting. Engaging customers and stakeholders, that's very important to us. In fact, we are in the process of hiring a government affairs position to really increase our collaboration and our partnerships with our communities, because they are obviously so important to us. That is why we are here, to serve them. And manage risk and leverage innovation. Of course, risk is synonymous with cost, and the original comment that started this was if we had all the money in the world. We don't have all the money in the world, as was mentioned. So we have to look at ways we can manage our risk and still, be innovative and creative in how we're solving our problems. And I believe this is my last slide. Just kind of wanted to go over, where we are with our planning. We do, infrastructure is a hot topic. That's what we get asked about a lot. We do a master plan, similar to what you all do. We update it every 5 years. That's especially important now. I think actually we updated it in less than 5 years because of the population changes that are happening so quickly here. The other thing that was mentioned earlier too is between 2021 and now, the whole infrastructure scene has changed dramatically with supply chain. Our costs have gone through the roof. We've really had a lot of substantial increases in the cost of our infrastructure, so that's something that we're looking at very closely. And like I said, we just re-updated our plan earlier than we thought because we just finished it in 2022, and that one was a 20-year outlook. And we're going to be keeping tabs on that very closely because of the amount of growth that we're seeing, and especially in the South Abroad service area. In these plans, we examine historical usage, our total system capacity, population projections, as I said, CIP and development. CIP is capital improvement program and development projects, and also looking at our per capita consumption to make sure that with population projections that we're accurately projecting the flows that we need to treat. Our FY24 program indicates $85 million of new and existing projects. Again, that's a very large number. And getting into the 3-year CIP plan for 24 through 26 is $328 million. And honestly, this is more than where I came from. I'm from Cincinnati, and it's more than what our capital plan was for that entire metropolitan region. So it's substantial, and there's obviously a lot of growth going on that this is going towards. It's also going towards maintaining current assets. Key projects that you all may be interested in: the Perrysburg water treatment plant expansion. That's being done to address the growth in this area. That is currently under construction. That will double the capacity of that plant. That plant is also, what's really nice about that plant is it's set up in a very modular fashion. So the next expansion to 45 MGD also could be kicked off should growth expand quicker than what's anticipated. There's a new 1.5 million gallon elevated storage tank that's going to be constructed off of Buckwalter. That is, that property's been purchased. We're currently in plans for construction, and construction should start next year. The Cherry Point Water Reclamation Facility, which serves the Bluffton area, will be expanded. That project is in design, and I think that one is scheduled to be online in 26-27 timeframe. And then as Heather had brought up earlier, the Stony Creek project. I'm happy to report that our board has approved the intergovernmental agreement, and I have signed that. So big thumbs up for that. That's on its way, and we're looking forward to working on that project and getting a sewer system installed in that area and also providing water service. So with that, if there's any questions I could answer, and I'd be glad to do that.
Questions? Bridget?
I have a question also, definitely a grave concern. So you mentioned, I know your fees, as you said, have increased in terms of, you know, your project needs and other things coming up. One thing that we're grappling with here, there are a lot of residents, particularly native residents and residents under certain income threshold, that struggle with that impact fee. And I know it's a blanketed fee, pretty much everyone pays it. What considerations are you all thinking of or could be given to those residents? Because I know financially it has really become a burden and an impediment to some who just cannot afford that impact, that sewer connection impact fee.
That's a great question, thanks. We actually have a program that will fund income qualified customers who want to connect so that we can cover those costs or assist with covering those costs. And I'm not sure exactly of the name of the program. Sarah, do you know the name of that one?
Yeah, it's called the That Coleman Program, and so that is income-based. Also have another program called the Hardship Fund, which
It's something, either she has, yeah. Yeah. No, because we need to record it, maybe come up to,
do you need me to start
I was
over?
gonna have, yeah.
Yes,
Our
sorry.
Virgo is gonna have to repeat.
So we have the Thad Coleman program, which is income-based, that helps with those impact fees and connections. We also have a hardship fund, and that fund will also help with the service line portion. Because once you connect, then you also have the side on the property. That can help with that. The hardship fund is also for, and that one is not income-based. It can help with anyone who has encountered a hardship, car accident, health issues, to help with their regular water and sewer bills. And that's administered through the United Way. You just call into our customer service, and they will help with that. So we have a couple of options.
I'm glad to hear that. And do you have a threshold in terms of like how many people are able to be impacted through those funds each year? Like, is there a cutoff?
No, whatever the funds are that are available, and both of those are very healthy accounts. So no, there is no threshold or cutoff. We'd rather them be utilized than sit and not be utilized. So yeah.
And they just contact
Customer service.
and ask for those two. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Right, and those programs are also on our website
I was gonna
too.
ask that. Good, we'll get the link to that. Anyone else have questions?
I just
Mr.
have one
Toomer?
question. You were showing your capacities on your wastewater treatment plant. Where are you? I can't remember the number. 46 million. I can't
Gallons
remember the
per
number
day.
now. There was so many numbers.
I know.
But at what level are you at this point? You know, with the wastewater treatment capabilities that you have, are you 75% or 50 or?
Right. It depends on, so our treatment plants serve different basins. So it depends on what basin we're in. Like the Port Royal plant, it probably has about 50% of the capacity left, as an example. But the Cherry Point plant, which is the one that is under design right now for expansion, we're probably at 80?
I think it's at 80%. Basically, those are being watched by DHEC, who, once you hit a certain level, it triggers you to start design and moving that project forward. So,
And most of the sewer and stuff from Bluffton would go to Cherry Point plant?
yes.
Right, right. Yeah, and then a lot of, yeah. And then Hardyville area served by the Hardyville plant, and Port Royal serves northern Beaufort County.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Questions, Mr. Wood or Mr. Hamilton? We'll just go down. Go, Fred.
As you heard, we trying to partner with some private sectors to help with affordable housing. Is there any programs that will support affordable housing projects? Because I heard you said income-based on the grant that you have, the Coleman Fund. Is there anything that we can partner with to help bring the cost down for developers to make the homes affordable?
Right, I think the Thad Coleman Fund would allow individual homeowners would qualify for that. Right now, we don't really have a program for developers, but if there's a homeowner, or if the home, I think if the home were designated as low income, we may be able to.
Yes, do
use that.
something. I know it is something our board is looking at and has had a lot of discussion because there are, it's a big topic right now. So it's definitely up for discussion with our board, and they've been talking about different options.
That's actually one of the things on my list tomorrow at my board retreat.
So just to kind of follow up with that, I know I'm not part of BJWSA, but it came up a lot in our discussion with Stony Creek, with a lot of, we talked through a lot of the programs that we have where we can forgive fees, we can pay for the capacity for affordable housing that we do and for neighborhood assistance and stuff like that. So I think that's a conversation that we would like to continue with them because a lot of the projects that we're doing are in places when the fees get as high as they are. We've got to come up with those funds to make it really not impact the homeowners a lot. So we've had the conversation as part of Stony Creek, and I hope we will continue that.
Dan?
Yes, ma'am. I think the point's been made. We understand impact fees. We agonized over those decisions, and we know they're needed, growth to pay for growth, but they're also adversarial to the affordable housing workforce component. So that's why these questions are coming up. One thing we hear frequently is because of growth, we're always asked, is the infrastructure available to support the needs of the growth? And you mentioned this a moment ago. I think DHEC, I think it's 70%, is it? When you hit a certain number that you were mandated to upgrade your facilities capacity-wise?
Right, that's
right. So based on that, I get asked that, we all get asked that question. So are you able to maintain the capacity needs of the area between Hardyville and Bluffton?
Yes, that's why that's why the Cherry Point plant is under design right now for expansion. In fact, we're looking at potentially, once that gets constructed, depending on the flow rates, we may be right back into another expansion. So we're watching it very closely to make sure that we have the capacity available to serve those areas.
Yeah, and to that point, and I know I'm from the electric utility industry, and I know that they are forward-looking. They have to be, just like you have to be, usually at least 20 years out. All that being said, when people come to the municipalities, I'm assuming Hardyville is similar in nature to us. You have to sign off. You know what I'm saying? You have to sign off to say that, on the letters and the packets for developments, that you have the ability to serve. So that is one reason I haven't panicked, because I would like to think that if people are signing off, that if they couldn't, they would say so. So anyway, I bring this up because we do repeatedly get asked these questions in the community. So thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Can I ask first? You can go first. Okay. And then I know we have one in the audience. So I want to go on, let me find my notes, what Dan said. You know, no one wants to take time to learn about why we are where we are today. They just like to complain. So when the water lines were being put down May River Road, we got calls. Beaufort Jasper Water says they can't manage the growth, and then it falls back on us. But you did indeed, not you, but you did indeed sign a letter during development agreements that said we can do this. I guess I'm kind of speaking for my inner Mayor Williams, because we all would like to see more commercial growth to adapt to the needs of all of our people moving here. And how can you give us help to say they're struggling, so either cut your density or maybe, I don't know. I guess we all need to be partners in this. We would love to have some way to say, well, no, you can't, because we're running out of power, we're running out of water. But if you truly feel you've got it and you can stay ahead of it, then we can say that too. So I think that maybe is a statement. Maybe you can.
I think I appreciate that, because I think that's where we really need to work closely with you. And actually, and I meant to say this and I forgot, we just hired a chief of engineering who couldn't be here today. We've really elevated that whole, development is so critical here. So we're adding staff to deal with the planning side of it. In addition to the chief of engineering, we hired a principal planner and a new capital program manager. So that planner, we're going to be doing additional outreach and and making sure we stay on top of that and working with your team to make sure we understand what those needs are so that we can.
And it may be a Soloco meeting, because we get all the stakeholders, the elected officials around the table, and Mayor Williams is the chair, and I'm going to be a constituent out there in January. But two other things. I'd love to see your CIP list. If it's on the website, just let us know where they are, because you're jumping to 1 year 80-some million, but in the next 2 years you have 300 and whatever, and my Lord, no wonder they charge impact fees. Finally, the water tower. We were given before you came, Verna, we're given a location where it was going, and then council never really heard back that it had been moved. And I know you've purchased the property, but I want to make sure that, are y'all considering the water lines? You know, we have plans for more infrastructure, and one important thing to me really is connecting 5B to the system of Bluffton Parkway, so there's a free flow of traffic. And are you considering those water lines to kind of come up the power line to hit Bluffton Parkway as well? Because I know you're putting the water tower on the eastern side, kind of behind towns at Buckwalter. So I had that brought up to me yesterday, and I thought, well, I'm going to see you, and I'll just make sure I hear what y'all are thinking.
Yeah, and I can get back with you on that. I'd have to ask our capital planning folks. But again, it goes to that's why it's so important for us to be having these discussions with you. So definitely, we will have our planners involved. So.
And then I think Larry had a question, and one of our chair of HPC had a question.
This should be pretty quick. As you know, we're in an election cycle right now, so I've been hearing from a lot of people, especially out in the Heritage at New Riverside area, about constant brown water in their kitchens and their bathtubs. And, it's kind of, we're getting rocks thrown at us because there are more developments that are going up. And they're saying, how could you let them build more houses, and we don't even have clean water in our houses? So that's what's being said to us. Has it been corrected? Is it going to be an ongoing thing, or just where are we on that today?
Yeah, that's a great question too. We have been really focused on that. That the cause of that is minerals that have settled out in the water over years. And then as, water demands increase because of growth, if there's, there could be something that happens in the system, whether it's a main break or somebody opens a fire hydrant, that then those minerals get resuspended, and that's how they show up in the water. Probably the most significant thing that we're doing right now to address that, we've hired a consultant to look at this issue, and this is one of the things they recommended, was implementing a unidirectional flushing program. And we are now in the process of going through many of those neighborhoods and doing a high-velocity flush of the system, where we valve the system and we open hydrants to make sure that we can get the velocity that we want to suspend anything that's in there and basically flush the main out. And that's been proving to be pretty successful. It seems to be, and that's something very recent. We had to wait until our summer demands went down, so we could do it when we had an adequate supply of water. But that seems to have really reduced the issues. We also provide customers handouts about what they can do. We have just recently hired an additional person to help to be kind of a liaison with customers so that they have somebody they can call. We can check back with them to make sure that problems have been corrected. We encourage people who have this problem to let us know because that's the only way we can really know where to target our resources to flush and clean out the system. But it's our hope that by implementing this unidirectional flushing program and then doing it not just one time, but doing it on a periodic basis, there's some utilities that they'll do 25% of their water system per year. So depending on how this goes, we will be out redoing it at a future date to stay on top of that and make sure, hopefully, that issue gets mitigated.
Okay, thank you. I know you can't be everywhere. It's not your fault personally, but the other complaint was when they tried to call repetitively to say, when are you going to get me some clear water instead of this brown water? They said that the response was almost non-existent. That's what they're saying to me. I didn't call you, but.
And that is one big reason we've actually, I think the person is going to be starting. We've hired an additional person to help address those issues because we don't want anybody to have that response. That's not acceptable.
And I think getting all your towns and governments that message is helpful because we all have PIOs and we can get it out.
Thank
Not
you.
everyone's going to care to read, but at least we can say, did you not see the post or the email? Christy is our chair of ATAC. I don't know what I said you were, but you are.
Okay.
And a business owner here, so she had a question.
Okay, so it goes back to your question about Buckwalter. Where?
Go a little louder.
Oh, where on Buckwalter is it?
The tank?
Yes.
It is at the corner of Buckwalter, where in Bluffton, where Bluffton Parkway goes off of Buckwalter, the northern.
It's behind
piece.
the towns at Buckwalter.
Okay, so that goes
Thank you.
into.
No, isn't it? Yeah, no, they bought it there, right? Or is it at Willow Run?
Yeah. Yes. The Buckwalter Towns Boulevard, which intersects with Buckwalter Parkway, about 500 yards back, right at the main entrance to the town's Buckwalter development.
That's where I thought it was.
So it's on the east side of Buckwalter or the west side?
East side.
It is on the east side.
Side.
Yes.
Okay, so then that's why I'm asking. So, Mayor, you said that it was going to be a tower. Is it going to be a tower or is it going to be a tank?
It'll be an elevated.
It'll be on the
tank.
ground or it'll be in the air? is what
It'll
I'm
be in the
asking.
air.
Okay. Okay.
Where will be the pub? I know you come to the town when we thought it was somewhere else, actually near Willow Run, I think is where we first thought it was going to be. So So I think just her as a constituent, I think it's good to let us know so we can get it out, and I think you're past the public comment. You've already bought the land, right?
Right.
So, okay. Okay. Anything else from staff? Anyone from the public have questions? Mayor Williams, did you agree with my question, or? Okay.
I'm fine. I have no questions. We've as the town, have also invited Verna to speak to us. So we've already been informed. But I think your idea of bringing that before, and we discussed this at a future Soloco meeting, is a good one.
Yeah. And thank you. Just to let you all know, Stephen is going to be at our meeting tomorrow, presenting on some of the stuff that I'm sure that's heard today. So thank you. And Sarah and I do have to leave in about 12:15. We have another meeting over on Hilton Head Island, but do appreciate the conversation.
Were you gonna, the CIP list, are they on your website?
It is not,
Okay.
but I'm sure that is something that we can get that
If
to
you
you.
could get it to Stephen. Great. You know, I did have a question. I'll represent the realtors of the world. It's hard to find where water and sewer lines are in any part of the region. And I've heard, oh, we can't tell you because someone may steal it or whatever. Do y'all put, your website is like ours. It's hard. Is there a place to know that you can click and say this property has water and sewer?
No, but that actually is an interesting thought, because one reason we haven't put it out there is for security reasons. It's considered critical infrastructure, and we just don't want the location of water and sewer lines. But that idea of saying, you know, clicking on a property to say whether this has water and sewer available is, you know, that's an interesting.
Well, just that they have it, or that the line, you know, and I know we started this fee to get a zoning letter from our town because that's where the issues are. People they don't realize anything. And it could be something as easy as working with our town staff or county, anywhere, to say, to put either that GIS map together or include it in a zoning letter.
Right. There's properties that have service already, and then there's properties that don't have service. And one thing that's a little difficult about the properties that don't have service is sometimes it's, you know, it may be a capacity issue, and there may be a bigger cost to get water and sewer to it. So that's always something that's needs a little bit of qualifier with it.
Yeah, okay, just a thought.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Evan? I know, but Evan's on planning. He gets planning.
Hi.
HPC.
Yes, this has nothing to do with the HPC, by the way. You spoke a lot about population growth in your planning. Do you have any sort of plans for climate change or any climate modeling that you're taking into account? Hotter summers, heavier hurricanes, things like that in your future projections?
We haven't considered that in future projections as far as flows. We do try to promote irrigation management as far as having, you know, the big issue is irrigation's the big peak demand. So that's not having everyone irrigate all at once is the issue. So we want to try to spread that out. So in that respect, we do consider it. You know, as far as like hurricane prep, that's something that we are continuously, that's totally new to me, by the way. I'm not used to hurricanes. I had a tornado warning when I was here, and I'm like, there's no basement to go to. So it was a little interesting. But that's something that the utility itself is really involved in. And of course, we have to build our infrastructure to make sure that we're accounting for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we look forward to seeing you more, and it's great to have you here and let everyone get to know who y'all are. So, Stephen, what do we do next?
The food is here if you would like to eat.
So if everyone around the table could go, and I'm sure we always provide plenty, let this group go, and then our community, absolutely, if you want lunch or if you want to leave. Or we're not having a working lunch anymore, I'm guessing. We need to. Okay. 15 minutes.
Like
for us
15 minutes to get food and let them go first.
Okay.
Because they need to lead the conversation for the next step, right? So let y'all go ahead and eat real quick, and then, does that work?
So if our leader, these two go on and get going, and then I get up quick because we don't listen. So I get up line first. 'Cause-
Not them, sorry.
Right. Okay, so we think historic preservation conversation is going to start around 12:30? 45? 30? Okay. Good, thank you. Okay, y'all get up because we got people hungry.
Can you get somebody from your stand, just to reach out to you?
Have a place at the table.
Who I think should.
Sure.
We'll get moving.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenn Umberger. I'm the Historic Preservationist for the town of Bluffton. It's good to see you all this afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Brad Sauls, who is from the South Carolina State Historic Preservation Office, or SHPO. You'll hear us use that acronym often. But Brad drove down from Columbia this morning to talk to you all about the Preservation Partnership and the CLG program within the state of South Carolina that Bluffton is a part of. Heather reminded me also to tell you everything that's in your packets under the Historic Preservation section. Sorry? Tab 8.
Tab 8.
Thank you. Yeah, numbers, letters, hard for me today. So in that packet, in no particular order, are some synopses of various past historic preservation projects that the town of Bluffton has undertaken. Things like the Red Dot, the Graves House, the Joyner House. There's a few of those in there that gives you a brief project overview of what happened, when, how, and where they are right now. In the packet is also the contributing resources map, which is our list of contributing resources within the Old Town Bluffton Historic District, which is our local district, and also includes our Bluffton Historic District, which is our National Register district from 1996. In that packet is also, and I'm going to double check because I can't remember everything I included, information about the CLG program, both from the state level and also a pamphlet from the National Park Service. And then in our UDO, we do have things that govern contributing resources. I printed out for you that particular section, which became effective in 2022. And then there's some supplemental materials from Walterboro on building and design requirements. And of course, all that I'm happy to discuss with you as need be, but I will turn it over to Brad for the CLG presentation.
And just remind people acronyms, even though some know it, while you're
Sure,
talking.
definitely. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Brad Sauls. I'm with the South Carolina Department of Archives and History, more specifically the State Historic Preservation Office, which is a division of the archives. Number one rule of public speaking, don't follow barbecue, but I'm going to try anyway. See if I can
Talk
do
loud.
that. Yes. What I want to talk with you about is specifically the Certified Local Government Program, which is one of several programs we work with. And I'll give you kind of an overview of that program and what our office does, and then be glad to answer any questions I can about that. Again, we're the State Historic Preservation Office. You might hear us called SHPO or SHPO or maybe even other things. But again, we are part of the South Carolina Department of Archives and History. There's about 10 of us in our office in Columbia. We are the state level administrators of a federal program, the National Register of Historic Places. Yeah.
Just keep you from Emmeline's.
Yes, thank you. We are the state administrator for the federal program, the National Register of Historic Places. That's really the hub of the wheel for everything that we do. We process National Register nominations for South Carolina. We assist with historic property surveys, that is identifying and evaluating historic properties. Rehab tax incentives that are available for historic properties, grants. I manage a grant program, among other things, and we consult on federal undertakings that affect historic resources. And we provide support and guidance for local preservation programs. Again, the National Register is our core program, and the National Register documents places that are worthy of preservation. It incentivizes their preservation and makes the federal government consult with us about effects of their activities on historic places. So what the National Register does not do, it does not prevent demolition. This is an example of a house in Newberry that was listed on the National Register at the time that it was replaced in its entirety by a drugstore. That house is no longer with us. The National Register does not prevent relocation of historic places. This house did survive being moved, but it's off of its original location for a chain store that then later closed. The National Register does not prevent inappropriate design choices. So I'm sure Tammy's Pet Shack does a great job, but would not have been probably the best choice for that house. But the National Register doesn't prevent that or have anything to do with it. The Local Preservation Review can do all these things, potentially, if you choose to avail yourself of the power that you have under the state planning and zoning laws. So local preservation ordinances, historic overlay zoning, architectural review, that all comes at the local level, and you have the ability to do those things that the National Register can't do when you choose to do it. And Bluffton is one of those communities that has a local preservation ordinance. So what are certified local governments? This is established in the National Historic Preservation Act, which is the program the act that created the National Register and all of its associated programs. And the certified local government is certified in the sense of you have a historic preservation program that meets requirements, and it is a partnership between the local governments, the state preservation offices, and the National Park Service. The COG program recognizes communities that have established a local historic preservation program. There are more than 2,000 recognized nationally, including 36 in South Carolina, and Bluffton became a CLG in 2001. Here's all of our current communities as of right now. So you're in a big distinguished group in South Carolina, towns large and small. So what makes a local government a CLG, or certified local government? Again, the requirements are that you adopt a preservation ordinance, that you appoint a qualified Board of Architectural Review. Now, a Board of Architectural Review is sort of the generic term. That's how it's referred to in the state enabling legislation in that part of the Planning and Zoning Act. But different localities, including Bluffton, I believe, call them different things. It might be in one place a Historic Properties Review Commission. It might be a Community Appearance Board. The names vary, but generically, collectively, it would be a Board of Architectural Review. You also maintain an inventory of historic properties and provide for public participation in your preservation program. So these are all the basic requirements that you need to meet in order to become a certified local government under this program. So preservation ordinance being one of the main things you've got to have in place first. And so must-haves for a good preservation ordinance. You want to adopt an ordinance that has a clearly stated purpose. And you cite the authority for that ordinance, which is in State Code Section 6-29870 and following. The ordinance needs to establish a criteria and processes for designating districts and landmarks. You know, establish criteria and processes for the review and approval or disapproval of alteration, demolition, relocation of designated landmarks and properties in your districts, and new construction within designated districts. You need to have outlined in your ordinance procedures for enforcing decisions by your local board and having a process and for the right of appeal for property owners. They have due process to appeal decisions. Your Board of Architectural Review, or whatever you choose to call it in your community, there's must-haves for that board or commission. At least 5 or not more than the 10 members appointed by the governing body. Keep your resumes on file for public inspection. You want to appoint members with a demonstrated interest, competence, or knowledge in historic preservation, and have 1 or more professionals in various related fields. You don't have to have one from every column or have every discipline represented, but these are among the groups of disciplines that you want to, whenever possible, try to have those represented on their board, whether it's architecture, history, local government planning, archaeology, cultural anthropology, anything that's associated with history and preservation. It can also include real estate, engineering, law. Those are all disciplines that are frequently represented on these boards as well. And you want to document as part of your appointing members and keeping your board with members, keeping them current. You want to have a reasonable effort documented to obtain professional expertise however you can to the extent that's available in your community. The state regs for the program also say you need to be meeting at least 3 times a year and then complete your commission's work in a timely fashion. And attend information or educational meetings related to commission's work, just like members of planning and zoning boards and other boards are required to have certain continuing education requirements. And that's a bit of a challenge sometimes for the local preservation boards. It's harder to find relevant training and continuing ed opportunities, so we try to provide that at our annual preservation conference and also help funding for other educational opportunities that are specific to local preservation boards. And so a good certified commission's responsibilities would include educating the community about your historic resources, reviewing and making decisions on your locally designated properties, and you also have the opportunity to review National Register nominations that are coming through our office, make an annual report to our office about your activities each year, have good bylaws and rules of procedure, and avoid conflict of interest. A lot of things that would apply to most any other planning and zoning board. Another key to the CLG status is maintaining an inventory of historic properties. So you can coordinate with our office, the SHPO, to record historic properties. We can and do provide technical guidance on how to do that and funding support for local inventories, because it's also useful for us to, whenever we fund local surveys, we get that data too, and that helps us with operating our programs, so we can provide data at the local level and for us get 2 things in one with funding surveys. You want to maintain an inventory of the locally designated properties and districts, update and add data to that inventory as needed, and make your inventory data available to the public. Public participation. Again, open meetings and due process, just like with any other board or commission that a local government has. You want to be sure those meetings are posted 24 hours in advance, keep accurate and complete minutes. That's key, because if a decision made by a board is appealed, then that's part of the record that goes through that appeals process with circuit court and through that mitigation pre-litigation process that's required. So that record will be key in whether a decision is determined defensible or not, or whether a decision is going to stand or not. And so you want to have good documentation there and have the reasons for the decisions that were made, and make those decisions in public, and have your bylaws and procedure publicly available. And again, provide information to the public and the media about your preservation process, all your program, and being sure that the public knows what you're doing, just like any other boards you would have. So what are the benefits of CLG status? Just like the National Register, it's primarily it's an honorific designation, but there are some benefits that go with that. Our office, we get funding each year from the National Park Service. All the state preservation offices get funding from the National Park Service to help operate the office, because we're managing those federal programs. But we're also required to allocate a percentage of those funds each year to projects in the certified local government. So not every CLG necessarily gets a grant every year, but CLGs are our first priority for funding through our federal grants. So we want to be sure we meet that obligation. So whenever we annually have a federal grant cycle, and so our first priority is to be sure that we're allocating at least the minimum for projects that are in the CLGs. And so those funds may be used for stabilization projects, planning projects. It can be planning projects for individual buildings or for surveys of historic properties, doing design guidelines or updates, feasibility studies, and CLG training. So for this current year, our minimum was $103,000. That's what we had minimum to spend around the state. And all those grants are matched dollar for dollar by the local government or whoever is the applicant. And COGs may also designate third-party recipients to do stabilization projects. So we only offer federal grants to do stabilization or bricks and mortar projects in the CLGs. So whether it's the CLGs project, or it could be a nonprofit or other institution or entity within the city, then the CLG can basically designate them as a recipient, and then that recipient can be in charge of managing the grant, but it extends the availability of those funds for doing stabilization. Just to give you an idea of past CLG grants that we've worked on with Bluffton. Several years ago, had the Hayward House stabilization project in 2004. We've worked on a preservation plan for the Garvin House. Came back to Hayward House again in 2011 for repairs on the roof. And then a project I think everybody's really proud of is the Garvin House stabilization project. That was 2 successive grants in 15 and 16 that worked out really well. And then most recently in 2018, a conditions assessment for the Squire Pope Carriage House property in the district.
I have a question,
Yes,
if I
sir.
may. The funding that you just mentioned, that's on the end of the project, or is it allocated somewhere amongst the front end of the project? You talking
It's-
about the $103,000 minimum, et cetera?
We have an annual, competitive cycle to apply for those funds, and then when we award projects for funding, then we, work with you to administer those projects, and then we pay out the funds as a reimbursement as the project goes along. So the recipient pays 100% cost initially, and then we reimburse for 50%, and then that can be spread out over the life of the project for one reimbursement at the end, whatever its needs for the cash flow purposes of the project. Yeah, that's how that works. So other benefits of the CLG status, again, it's an opportunity for networking and training and information sharing with the other CLGs. We try to have training opportunities. It's got a little bit harder during COVID, had to get more creative, and just because of sort of limited resources, but we do offer sessions at our annual State Historic Preservation Office that members of local boards can get. We are an approved provider by the South Carolina Planning Education Advisory Committee. So if you need continuing ed credits and you're on the local preservation board, come attend our sessions at the preservation conference and get an hour of credit for each of your sessions. You can knock out your annual training requirement by coming to our conference. We also provide training opportunities through the National Alliance of Preservation Commissions, which is a national organization that supports local preservation boards. We work with them a lot to provide training for the local boards, and we've had some online and in-person training in the last couple of years, and we're looking at doing more of that because it's a very efficient way to get training opportunities out there. COGs also have a formal opportunity to comment on new National Register nominations from the community as they go through that process. Again, a sort of prioritized ability to participate whenever we do our statewide preservation plan. And then we also notify the local governments on tax credit projects applications that are happening in their area. Responsibilities of the CLG status. We do ask for an annual report each year from the CLGs to help keep us up to date on what's going on with your program, statistics on how many applications you're reviewing, what's going on with your program, any changes or updates to your ordinance, what's your current board composition, that sort of thing. Just showing us how you're sort of taking the temperature of your program from year to year. And then we also do periodic evaluations of the CLGs, largely based on those annual reports. So that's the basics. Be glad to take any questions you have about the CLG program or any of the other programs that we work with.
I'll let council ask questions, and we may have some in the audience like we did with other presentations to ask. Kind of start here.
You got new guests if you want to introduce.
Well, let's ask, yeah, thank you. Well, let's take a minute. New guests that haven't stood up and said who you are required to stand up and say who you are. So, Robert.
Hi, I'm Robert Jones. I'm the Executive Director of Historic Bluffton Foundation.
Melanie.
Hi, I'm Melanie Marks. I live in Bluffton. I run Connecticut House Histories and have done the research on the Campbell Chapel AME Church and the Garvin House, and I'm presently working on another project here in Bluffton.
Hi, I'm Joni Hayward. I'm a resident of the Historic District. I've spoken with you before, and I guess you could call me the town preservation policeman.
And you know what, we miss Carrie, who's really important. Carrie, you need to tell everybody who you are, and I think we've got everybody.
Hi, I'm Carrie Guzman. I'm the Growth Management Administrator.
Y'all have it easy. I used to at the very beginning, you had to stand up and ask one thing, like one thing you're proud of or one thing you'd like to see us address. So we don't do that anymore. Okay, thank you, Larry. Ms. Frazier, you're up.
Yeah, so with your administration with CLG, have you all given considerations on how municipalities can aid with those who majorly own contributing structures now being residents, many of whom may not have the finances to restore and repair what's considered historic? Like, is there a unified maybe idea on how to help manage or even mitigate some of that?
I know there is demand. I get calls every day, folks looking for, grant assistance to help with preservation of historic homes. I mean, we don't have grants that are available for that specific purpose, and I don't know of any other, sources anywhere, unfortunately. The only thing that we manage directly that can be of help for residential historic properties is in the form of a state income tax credit. So, I mean, and I know that doesn't address, nearly all of the potential projects out there, but it's the best thing that we have available at the moment. But I know that that doesn't meet the demand that there is for assistance on preserving historic homes. But the state tax credit is one thing that we do have. It for qualifying properties, it's a 25% credit. 25% of your approved rehab expenses you get to claim as a state income tax credit. So, but you got to have state income tax liability year to year for it to do you any good. But it's we have a good bit of applications on that program every year, but it certainly doesn't address all the demand that's out there.
Thank you.
My question is there a model that you could provide for a town like ours that cuts out, that's factual, there's no gray areas that can be taken two different ways, that we could look at, tweak, or whatever to better help serve our structures? Because what we have right now is very confusing, and it's hard for the owner to understand, much less staff or the rest of the people, on what you can do, what you can't do. So that's what I'm...
Well, local preservation ordinances, I know frequently when they're passed, they don't always have, specific guidelines in them. They may say at the time an ordinance was adopted that, the Secretary of the Interior's standards for, treatment of historic properties would be the standard that we evaluate applications by. And that certainly is a gold standard for review of preservation projects. That's what we review. We're required to review projects when we review tax incentives or grant-funded things. The Secretary of the Interior's standards are sort of the widely accepted standard, and they're specifically required, for us on our federally funded programs. And a lot of local governments will adopt that as a basis. But, I mean, they are just, sort of broadly worded statements. And so a lot of governments will then choose to go further than that to adopt more specific design guidelines that are sort of an expansion of those Secretary standards. And we have funded those projects with grant funds in the past, so where that's and going through a public open information process to determine, it gives an opportunity for the local governments and the public to, let's all agree on what our expectations are about whether you're dealing with windows and siding and roofs, and you can get into more details about what sorts of materials or changes are encouraged, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. And so the clearer those design guidelines are, the easier it is to make what is a very key word is defensible decisions. You want to have a board make decisions that can stand up if there's an appeal, but also that's avoiding being arbitrary, and having those kind of guidelines can help make you want to make that review process as predictable as possible, so that from both sides of the table, everybody coming in really shouldn't be much of a mystery about what the outcome is going to be. So having the more specific design standards you can get, and those can vary from community to community, and it's kind of what's your level of tolerance in a given community for whatever the building issue is. But guidelines are one way to do that, but they are not necessarily, and I don't think necessarily should be, codified as law, but it's something you go through a process and establish them, and you want to use them, but they're still sort of like all the other information you have at your fingertips, sort of advisory to the Board or Commission making a sound, justifiable decision on approving or denying an application.
Thank you.
I'll end it, but Fred, do you have any questions?
Statement. We are challenged with trying to preserve what we think is a historical structure in our historical district. And one of the biggest challenges, the property owner has not the financial means to bring that up to current standard or what our zone would request. And no funding from the state or the federal anywhere makes that even more competitive or challenging. And if we want to be supportive of maintaining our culture or our historical significance, it's hard for us to mandate that they do the necessary repairs without also having some type of funding mechanism to support that. So it's just a statement that maybe sometimes around the board table, they can try to address those kind of concerns.
I mean, if we had, exponentially more funds than we have available to us, we could probably do we could keep, half a dozen or more staff busy trying to do projects for individual homeowners and other properties around the state, because the demand certainly statewide far out exceeds, the resources that are available. We've had, just gotten a new state funding source dedicated for stabilization projects that we had not had. It's been over 20 years since we last had a state funding preservation grant program. But again, because of the relatively limited amount of those funds, I mean, we've got basically $1 million that we can spread out as far as we can statewide. We focus on nonprofit entities and local governments for projects to have the broadest public benefit and broadest public impact that we can. If we open it up to individual homeowners or other things, there's no way we could meet even a fraction of that demand. And there are tax incentives that can help with some projects, certainly not all individual ones, but we've got the homeowner state tax credit, and there's a federal plus state for income producing properties. But again, that's just a drop in the bucket about what could be done out there, and it takes a lot more resources than what we've got available. So I would say, we would all like to push for trying to get a bigger slice of the pie of things out there to have more resources dedicated to preservation. But we're competing with a lot of other vital and essential needs out there too.
But you had a question, but do you have another one? And then we can go back. Yes, you're up.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow all of this. So if I summarize and if I have it correctly, obviously you have the federal standard, you have the state standard, you make the CLGs possible, but it sounds to me like the CLGs are based on the community needs as far as how they define a CLG within the scope of what you at the state level do. There's broad leeway there. Is that correct?
Well, specifically the CLG, I mean, it's a federal program, and we administer it at the state level, and we process applications from local governments to become part of the program. Not every community that has a preservation ordinance in South Carolina is part of the program, because they either haven't applied or they may be missing one of the key components. So, I mean, it is a federal level of standards, and there are state level regulations for the program, and then we do the best we can to be sure that all the governments that have joined that program try to stay on that track. But it's where the local governments maybe have more leeway is in terms of you can decide whether you're going to deal with demolition or not, or you can decide whether you're going to give yourselves the ability to deny demolition or not, or what level of projects are going to need review. I mean, those sorts of things where local governments have flexibility to decide, are they going to have certain projects maybe can be reviewed at the staff level and don't have to go to board. I mean, those sorts of things vary from community to community in terms of how you implement your program.
On the list of CLGs provided, has the state ever removed that qualification?
Not in my 25 years, no.
Okay. I hear that concern sometimes. So if there was something in a community that is a CLG, it would probably, I don't know how you would go about asking. I guess we would get an opinion from the state to see if you're getting outside the boundaries of a CLG designation, or is it not that big of a deal?
I mean, we are On-call is a resource if there are questions or if you're having problems or challenges with how you're managing the program, or if there's, any difficulties with it, we can try to provide guidance on how to make corrections, make improvements so that your program runs better. Decertification is a thing that can happen, but, it's not something that we're interested in doing. It's way down on the list of things, of options. There's going to be a lot of other things we're going to try to do before we get to decertification. It's going to be, we're going to try to work with you to figure out, all right, if there's a challenge or an issue, how can you fix it? How can you make it better? And do everything you possibly can. That decertification is a absolute last resort on it's number 115 on a list of 115 things to try to do before you get to that point.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I was going to follow up on that because I've heard that too, and I'm very passionate about our historic district, and it occurred way before I moved here. But it sounds like if there was some complaint from anywhere, you would have to research and say, y'all might be violating the terms of our CLG, but you're not just going to write us a letter and say we're no longer a CLG. You're going to try to sit with us and have a very open dialogue about what that issue may be.
Right. I mean, once somebody's in the program, we want to keep them there, and
Right.
we want to expand the program even, but not looking to
So-
kick anybody out.
Couple of questions. It sounds like, your first slides, you don't say you can't move. You don't say you can't demolish. If we demolished a number of contributing structures, that's not your role to say we can or can't do it based on your slide.
Right. We don't have the only way we have any sort of review role over anything is extremely limited and specific. We review federal undertakings that might affect properties listed in the National Register. That's required under the National Historic Preservation Act. Federal agencies are required to consult with the State Preservation Office when they're undertaking, and that can be federal funding, federal licenses, federal permits, anything basically that has a federal connection to it. Then there is part of all the other environmental reviews and other things that they do, they're supposed to come to us to determine are properties be in the area of effect of their project. Is there going to be an adverse effect or not? If it's an adverse, we work with them to figure out, can it be avoided? If it can't be, then they've got to mitigate it some way. So even then, sometimes, even though that consultation process is in place, it still doesn't necessarily mean that a resource won't be lost or damaged. But that's the only way we have a role. Is if a property owner just decides they want to demolish something that's listed in the register, or if they're going through a local process and the local government, grants them permission to demo something. That's all on that level. We don't have any oversight of that.
So it lies on us locally to determine and I've always called it a structure, so this whole new term resource is new to me, but I'm trying to say it. So a resource equates to a structure.
Yes.
So a resource, if our HPC, which is our review board, says, yes, you can move it, and we would still call it a contributing resource, then that's up to us to make that determination, not you.
Right. In contributing, it means different things depending on the context. So in the National Register of Historic Places, particularly in a district, we as part of that nomination process will, make a determination at the time a nomination is going through about what contributes or doesn't to the National Register district. But when you've got a local designation process, sometimes the local designation and National Register designation may overlap on the same plot on the earth, but how you go through that designation process and what's determined contributing or not, it depends on if we're talking about a local program or a National Register program. So
Right.
you might say something contributes to your local district, but it may not necessarily contribute to the National Register district anymore. But it's not possible for us to, daily monitor National Register districts. We only, that contributing status in the National Register is sort of advisory until, and it only would change if we had some reason to review it. If somebody's applying for a tax incentive or a grant, or there's a federal project that might affect it, then we might have a cause to evaluate or reevaluate something. But we're only dealing with that contributing or non-contributing status in the context of the National Register and its associated programs.
Okay.
But local governments can have their own designation process that may mirror the National Register very closely, or it may go a little bit broader from that. That's up to the local government to determine that.
We're on the National Register of Historic Places. We've got 2 nationally registered buildings right?
We've got
current Church of the Cross
Bluffton
in
Historic
Campbell.
District.
Who's the
Yeah.
third one?
Roseville Mansion's now on there too.
I'm just talking about in Bluffton,
Okay.
like in the town limits.
Right.
So
But yeah, I did, yes, you're right.
So in Bluffton, we have the Bluffton Historic District, National Register listed 1996, which is a small piece, but not all inclusive of the local district.
Right.
We have two individually listed on the National Register, Church of the Cross, 1975, and Campbell Chapel AME from 2019.
Right. Okay, that's where it's just so many different areas, and I know we have the little small district, and then we have the other. I guess and I love that some of our residents that are passionate about this are here, and I'm gonna see if they have questions, but my concern that I've heard, and I just want to clear it up, and poor Heather, I ask her all the time, but you're here now, because that's been requested. What threatens our loss of a CLG? It sounds like you don't want you don't want to lose us. What threatens the status of a contributing resource? If we move it, if we disassemble it, if it builds a new system, not new construction, if it's torn down and it's built as new construction, it's up to the local, it's us deciding if that still is contributing. You would not
To
make
your
that
local
decision.
district.
To our local
You know,
district.
We would be making a call or evaluations about contributing or non-contributing to the National Register listed district.
Right, okay.
And so
And then
again, that
finally-
list, they overlap each other, but there's different processes going on.
And then on one of your slides, it says inventory data. And that's not just the 87 names of addresses, that's all the resource data that goes with it. Am I right on that? And
Right.
that's what y'all are supposed to house.
So the inventory that he's talking about on his slide is this. This is the 2019
Okay.
above-ground resource survey update.
Okay.
That we did in 2019,
So that should be
This is
given.
data.
And that is,
not a list.
that's what I meant. So, but before Glenn asked him to look at that, I tried to go on SHPA and it wasn't there. So do you have that 19 data publicly available, or do we have to ask for it? What does publicly available mean?
The 2019 specific data has not been accessioned into our collection only because it was not a project that was funded through our office or anything. We didn't grant fund. We have data from previous grant funded surveys or whatever's in the National Register nominations. We maintain our own sort of data, a statewide inventory of historic properties. We've got data that goes back to the 1970s all the way up to this year. And sometimes those, we do fund local surveys so that basically local government gets a copy, we get a copy, and so we accession that into our records as well as a resource for us to use in evaluating and planning for properties. But this 2019 one specifically is not accessioned into our collections, but we had the opportunity to review it and comment on it.
I just thought on your slide it said we had to provide that. That was on one of your slides.
Well, you want to have, I mean, it's good to have whatever your level of inventory is, just making it, being sure that it's publicly accessible, so that the public can inspect it and learn from it, benefit from it, just like the town and the Board of Commission
That
would.
falls on us as a town to
Right.
decide that should be on our website, it should be open at any time.
Yeah.
Okay. It's clear as mud, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure we have questions from the community, but you raised your hand, Stephen. No?
You answered what
I answered.
You restated what I was going to kind of get him to clarify.
Okay, Terry. Talk loudly.
You mentioned that one of the things that need to be tight and well done is the design guidelines. What are the 3 to 4 of the most important things that we need to make sure we have in our design guidelines?
Well, again, it's a matter, everybody's guidelines are a little bit different. In other cases, you could compare guidelines from different communities and probably see a lot of the same sort of language reused, but there might be differences as well. And it's really a matter of what the community sets as a priority for what's most important that you want to deal with. What character defining features are you trying to maintain about your community? And the guidelines should be, I mean, while a lot about guidelines could be kind of boilerplate information, but they should also be sort of specified to whatever are the unique resources in that specific community, because architecture in one place is not necessarily the same in another. Sometimes you're going to have architecture that might be repeated in one place to another. Other ways, other types may be singular or unique or regional. So you want to have design guidelines that fit your community, what the character defining features of the community are, and determining what, what's the priority, what are you trying to accomplish, what's important to you. Is it important to, you want to maintain historic wood windows, or do you want to maintain wood siding, or how flexible or not do you want to be on those issues? That's all where the local governments have the ability to sort of decide how wide open or rigid they may want to be in what's approvable or not with individual projects.
Thank you.
Ms. Frazier?
Yeah, just a comment on that. I know we're going to get to it later, but piggybacking off of what Terry just asked, what town of Bluffton, in terms of the guidelines on how do you handle and deal with historic structures, I think the guidelines for it have coincided and have done a really explicit job of outlining what the Secretary of Interior Standard and Design has. It's more so our process of how we are actually following up to ensure that people are going by it. But anyone who wants to take that opportunity to look at just how detailed they get, they go from any question that you would have of a structure, from signage to if you acquire a building and want to cut in to put in an exhaust hood, how do you do that? If you were repairing a porch and the wood fell from under you, like what steps do you take? So the process that Bluffton has outlines that too. I think it's more so looking at how do you enforce and ensure people are abiding by that, as a lot of times people want to circumvent what the guidelines are and bring in their own personal opinions of how they think or feel something should be. But having guidelines that you can stick to and maintain is more important. I think that's the issue of where we are.
Yes, I was on Bridget's wavelength. I think my takeaway from this, again, correct me if I'm incorrect, there's a lot of leeway, excuse me, at the local level. You're not so concerned if it's not on the National Register per se, like the two that we have. And so my takeaway was, again, and kind of like what Bridget's saying, I think if at the local level, whether it's stimulation, whether it's stabilization, whatever it is, I think the takeaway was to tighten up the procedures and policies as much as possible to avoid confusion and conflict with those that are seeking the guidance, I guess, for lack of a better word. Obviously, we run into this, frequently, and we've had, since the 8 years I've been sitting at the table, we probably had 5 instances that I can think of with, a business or two and property owners, and and they look at the ordinance, and the ordinances are somewhat always vague. You can't make everything perfect, so therein lies the rub. So I guess it behooves us to just revisit and make sure that we can eliminate as much of that as possible. Is what I was getting from you.
I would agree. Yeah.
And thank you, HPC, for being here. 3 are here, and I think we'll get down into the devil's in the details kind of thing when we start looking at our next subject, which they want to start by 1:30 so we can stay on track. I think we might have a question of community. Is there a question? I asked HPC, Joni, and you don't have to stand unless now you're up.
I would rather stand. Oh, well.
But you have to speak.
I don't need a microphone.
Yes, you do.
I do? Okay.
Yes, you have to have a
Okay,
microphone.
first of all, can I have more than a couple of minutes?
Well, are you going to have a question or?
No, I have a couple of comments.
Comments and questions, yes.
Okay.
Not a couple of.
All right,
quick
first of all, this is not what I came prepared to say, but does anybody in here know the history of preservation? You probably don't.
Well, Joni,
Oh, okay.
get closer to
All
the
right,
microphone, and
so-
don't go so much on the history, maybe questions of him if you don't
All right,
mind.
but I think everybody needs to know that women started preservation in this country in 1850 at Mount Vernon. It moved on to Williamsburg, Richmond, Charleston, Savannah, San Antonio, who else, Brad? New Orleans. It moved around the country until finally President Johnson passed the National Preservation Law. And that's when historic districts came into being. And this information is very important that everybody knew it, particularly our HPC members and our town council people. And from that, when that was passed, President Johnson gave it to the Department of Interior. The Department of Interior gave it to the National Park Service. The Park Service said the states are going to do it, and that's when SHPO began. SHPO said we can't do it by ourselves. That's when CLGs began. And to be a CLG, you have to have an HPC, and HPCs don't exist in cities where there's no CLG. Am I correct? Yes. So it's important that we all know why we have an HPC. It's about preservation. So that brings me to my point. I'm not here to talk about any particular project that we've had, but I'm here really, Dan gave me my entry point in saying that some changes need to be made in our CLG for our HPC. And if this is my Bible, and if you haven't read it, you need to read it. It's a state regulations for CLGs, chapter 12. Brad probably knows it well. It's where everything that a CLG and an HPC is supposed to be and do is in this little chapter. It's not that long. So in the chapter it does say, and I left my reading glasses so I can't read, that the commission, the HPC, shall have authority in the ordinance to review and render decisions on all proposed everything, alterations, preservation, rehabs, and the whole bit, affecting designated historic preservation areas or individually designated local landmarks. And we have a few of those here. Unfortunately, we only have 10 antebellum structures, but that's the way it is. So now let's move to our UDO, and if you have your UDO, section 3.18. And that provides procedures and standards to facilitate the review of certificates of appropriateness. We all know those certificates come only from the HPC, not from the town per se. So if you go to B under that section, it's the maintenance of contributing structures as reminders of our district and our culture, in accordance with the interior standards for rehabilitation. Then if you move to applicability, this is our gray area. Except for the removal of manufactured homes, y'all have read it. They have constructed 50 years ago within the limits of the town shall be erected, renovated, demolished. You've read it. So then it says, the HPC shall review applications for a certificate of appropriateness for any activity which, and it lists from A through G. That's our gray area. That's what needs to be cleaned up. So this is my opinion now. This is not this chapter or the UDO. This section rules maybe resulting from contributing structures bypassing the HPC. These A through G give people a reason to bypass. This is not the intent of the state regs in the state regulations. Remember, the state regs said HPCs, I can't read, I'm sorry. It's not all, some structures, it's all that the HPC regulates over our contributing structures. These are not my words, these are words from the state, and we need to follow them as a town, and we're not following them. The section of applicability should read, all work done on our contributing structures must go before the HPC and receive a certificate of appropriateness. We are letting people bypass that, and that's been an issue in this town. We need to make it clear who needs a certificate of appropriateness and who doesn't. So if we move on to the site feature permit, the site feature permit should say, in my humble opinion, Well, first of all, a permit's required for signs, parking lots, gardens, or maintenance or repair of existing structures, and number 5, minor work. Well, this site feature permit should be applicable only to non-contributing structures. All contributing structures must have a certificate of appropriateness for all work. If we make that clear and we make that the rule, we're going to avoid a lot of issues in our town. And I have only one more thing to add, and it's about education. Chapter 12 from the state says that it is the town's responsibility and SHPO's to educate our HPC members. We are not doing that. We need to educate our members, and I have a couple of ideas for you. The National Park Service has myriad of articles on preservation. They're very friendly, and anybody can understand them. And I know time is of the essence for our HPC members. We cancel a lot of meetings. They commit to 1 meeting a month. So on canceled meetings, bring them in for an education time. And that's my input. And I'm sorry it took so long.
No, you're fine. Mainly let's ask questions, and thank you, Joni. I took notes because we're going to get down into the
Oh, I have
details.
one more thing.
Well, let's
And I
get-
brought it with me.
But-
The site feature permit is not part of HPC, and it should be removed from the HPC website.
Joni, please stay, because on Area 7, we're getting into our workshop items, which is changing UDO and things. So if anyone has questions, please to the SHPA, because I know SHPA has been a big conversation point. Y'all could get rid of us tomorrow and things like that. But Joni, I took notes, and thank you, and I will absolutely call on community when we get to this section.
Mayor, can I make a quick comment?
Yeah.
Just wanted a quick comment. We do have some of our HPC members here, and I think it's always important to note that we don't want to come across and appear where we're not appreciative of them. So I don't want any comment to be made to show that we don't value what you all do, and just thank you for taking the time out to be here today.
Absolutely. Good points. Very good points made, and thank you, Bridget. Questions from the community? Really try to focus it on questions to get more clarity from how SHPA rules our day would be helpful.
Hi, yes, I'm Melanie Marks. Brad and I have had several conversations about just preservation in general, and just so that you know where I come from and my background, I've worked in preservation for 25 plus years. I run a company that is preservation-centric. I do work all over the country, and I'm not here to tout my credentials. I'm here to talk about my understanding of preservation and how things can work better. And I think, Brad, thank you for coming down. I know I said to Brad, I think it's wonderful to have this organization that we can go to and ask questions that we don't typically understand or know at the local level. That's why SHPO was created. That's why we lean on them. I lean on my SHPO in Connecticut heavily for things that I don't know, I don't understand, I want to learn. I educate myself, I watch preservations. I've said this to Dan Wood. If you don't know something, research it, look it up, understand it. And I think there's some things that could be tweaked with preservation in Bluffton to make it more, I think, community friendly. It doesn't need to be this difficult. There are basic things, little things that if you just sat down and talked about them, they would probably go a lot easier. And that's why I reached out to Brad, because I felt like there were certain things that I wanted to understand. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for taking the time. Thank you.
I was trying to get questions for you because you came this far and I didn't get any questions. Any response? I guess to end this, because we do want to start back at 1:30, because we are going to get into the meat of this with definite changes. But it is SHPA and the town involved with each other. When you do get calls from our community, is there a conversation you have with Glenn? Do y'all talk? Do we have to call you? just
I know
clarity.
Glenn and I have a good working relationship. We've talked about, a lot of different things over the past. And so, we're basically kind of, on call, on standby to be able to help and provide any technical guidance or information. So, that's what we're here for. We want to do that. So whether it's coming to regarding, if you want to make edits or changes to your ordinance or talk about training opportunities, we want to help facilitate that as best we can. So, we're here as a resource on call.
Are you going to be here when we talk about some of these items, real specifically historic preservation and ordinances? Are you leaving?
Well, I think I need to get back up the road, but I'm happy
No.
to, again, I can talk with staff anytime. If there are, proposed changes you want to make, they can, send them to me and I can give my comments and advice on it and see, be sure that they're within the fairly broad guardrails and give you comments on that. And, but, ultimately it's, local decision to make, and I'll try to give you the best advice I can on whether something is usually what I focus on when those kind of questions come on is something a best practice or not.
Right.
And I can try
And
to
you
help figure
heard
that
some
out.
comments that should be implemented and talked about in the next subject in 2 minutes. Is that those items that Ms. Hayward actually asked about, is that fall on us as a local entity, or can you give guidance on certain
I'm
things?
happy to give as best I can guidance on your ordinance as it exists, and if you want to make any changes or updates to it. It works best if you, either come to me with a question or come to me with a saying, this is what we want to do. Do you think this, makes sense or is best practice or not? And then I can give you feedback on that. I'm happy to do that.
So you give us kind of the Attorney General's opinion of HP.
Sort of, yeah. Definitely
CLGs.
non-attorney.
No, but you give the
yeah.
opinion of a
Yeah.
bigger. Any other questions of this,
No,
Bob?
he's saying it's all on.
It's all
what we
on,
wanna do.
basically falls all on us locally,
Which we're
unless
currently
it's
doing.
within that district that's called the national district.
Right, yeah, there's the distinction I was trying to, to emphasize, and it's a question we get daily, and I've gotten nearly daily for 25 years, but it's the difference between what the National Register of Historic Places can and can't do and what local government preservation programs can and can't do. And, we're not the preservation police, but to the extent there is a preservation police, it would be the local government, if they choose to be one, and to the extent they choose to be one.
I appreciate it. I will end it, because I know we got to get going. In our binder, and for those of you new, there's a QR code you can scan, and on your scan, you'll see what's in our binder. And in our binder, under Section 8, gives exactly what Joni was talking about, the state code, the local, everything's in there for us. And it also has the map showing the National Register Historic District, which is basically to the Bridge Street to the river and up Calhoun Street, roughly. And then the Old Town Bluffton Historic District, which is our rules and what we set with community input, hopefully, is the green that's really above Bridge Street, all the way just a little north of May River, from limit to limit, including the orange. But the orange has a second level of scrutiny, which can really cause us issues if we violate that, right? Because that's where they have input on in the orange.
Again, the National Register.
Bluffton National Register
Yeah.
Historic District.
The National Register District is, again, it's largely an honorific designation, and we just get involved when there are federal undertakings or when owners are using specific grants or tax incentives or things that are tied to that National Register status. Well, Bailey Bill is local when you've got a local board. Yeah, we only review Bailey Bill things when there's no local board.
I'm going to pull out Joni for a minute. Joni went straight to you because we didn't have this world that we're living in when she redid her house on Water Street. She went straight to y'all. So her house really fell under that as well, the Pine House.
Those are the grant.
Because she used tax credits, she had y'all come in and.
Right. If somebody was using the tax incentives that we're involved with, then we definitely have a role in reviewing and approving that, whether it's the state income tax credit or the federal one for income producing projects. We have a definite role in that when it's a tax credit application project that's going on. But
So that's where you're concerned with. Campbell, Church of the Cross, anyone who's used any kind of state tax credits.
Only if you're giving them money.
yeah, we only have we don't, just use Camel Chapel because it's most recent. that's an individual listing their day-to-day operations, maintenance, upkeep, or lack thereof of the building. We don't have any oversight or regulation of that unless we are providing direct grant assistance or there is federal undertaking that affects it. But if they're just on their own with private funding or whatever, doing things that are good, bad, or indifferent to the building, we don't have any oversight of it, not required to come to us for any prior approval. They're just very narrow, specific actions that trigger our oversight and review of what happens with individual properties that are listed in the register.
Curious for us to know what properties are really critical if y'all have to have eyes and ears on it. And I don't know what that answer is for us.
Well, the things that are, sorry?
It sounds like to me the only time you care about anything is if somebody's trying to get a grant on a certain project.
Well,
And that's the only time.
we care about all historic properties, but as far as having a regulatory or specific, power to do anything of any sort is when it's a trigger to one of our programs. So if somebody is just making say this is an example of a house that's in the Bluffton Historic District that's listed in the National Register, but also has local review. If somebody is just, painting the outside or fixing the windows or whatever, and they're just doing it out of their own pocket, they have to come to the town to get that work approved, but they're not coming to us. They're only coming to us if they're also trying to get a state tax credit for that. Then we would have review over it. But it's only those very specific, narrow instances where we have any sort of police or regulatory role, and it's not even that. But
one final thing, and answer you don't have to go too detailed.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to ask it. So if there is a structure that was moved and reconstructed, you don't care if we still call it a contributing structure or not. There are no rules at a state level. That is local
yeah, that's
decisions.
when you've got your own process and criteria for what you determine is contributing or not in a local overlay. How that's seen by the National Register may be the same or different. It depends on what the situation is. But again, it's two separate processes.
Yes.
And I was just going to say, for the purpose of clarity, is that what we're dealing with here in terms of preservation, as he said, a lot of those regulations fall to us on the local level. And what we're dealing with are those who at times want to circumvent our process. So it's kind of like if I don't like what HPC has said, can I go to someone else and kind of get my way because I think preservation is this or that? And the reality is it's been set at the local level for that reason, and it does not allow for anyone to come in and convolute the process because it is what it is. You can't be upset with the UDO ordinance and say, well, I'm going to go above the Planning Commission and I want to contact someone at the state or federal level to build what I want. Preservation has been outlined as what it is, and as long as people fall in those parameters, that's what we abide by, and the need just needs to be a focus more on our preservationists and whoever else is following that process, that people adhere to what the HPC has set and that they're following those guidelines and not doing their own thing.
Okay, we're right at 1:30. 10 seconds.
Perfect timing.
I'm going to bring us back and take us forward a little bit. So,
Push down.
No.
how's that?
That's perfect.
All right, I keep doing that. That must be why it keeps cutting out. So that's one of the reasons we had this on the agenda, and we did it the way we did it. And why we wanted the state to be here is because we wanted to get council to get a clear understanding of what your responsibilities, what staff responsibilities, and how we all work symbiotic within historic preservation. Because as we start going into the actual action items, we wanted to make sure what came out of council was with that base understanding of what we're looking to do with our local historic ordinance is specifically what council wants to see the historic district to look like, be maintained as, and have the requirements be. And that's why we wanted to have Brad and kind of go through that. And as you're kind of getting to that point there at the end and the statements were being made, is really what process, what preservation, what guidelines, what restrictions, moving, demolition, all that. It's what council's desire is to maintain that historic district at that level. And that's why we wanted to get to that point as we moved into the action items is because as we move forward, we wanted to make sure that we had that same base understanding so that as the action items were being discussed, we were making sure we were focusing on council-specific priorities. So I just wanted to kind of thank y'all.
Try to solve all that today?
We're not going to solve all that today, and a lot of what you'll see, and this is,
On an agenda.
yeah, what we'll look at is, a lot of what you'll see is, we're going to talk about the what we want to do, how we're going to do it. We're going to come back to y'all, and I'm going to let them hit on that more. So when we start talking about reviewing it, we'll say we need to review this, but we're going to come back to y'all with the recommendations for y'all to approve. But we wanted to make sure you understood and everybody was on the same base level that the local district, it's councils to decide. And that's why we asked the survey questions, is we wanted to make sure we understood what that was council-wide as we start going into these conversations. So I just wanted to kind of say that, and then and that'll take us forward as we move forward into the action items.
So the plan is this something y'all want on an agenda pipeline for next year or this year or tomorrow to determine and decide, do you want community input? Do you want to get a group together? Do you want to talk about what's simple? It must not be simple because I'm still confused.
And you're going to see some items in here already
Okay,
that reference doing some of that research and bringing stuff back.
What tab?
yeah, 12.
Well, I don't know if we're quite there yet. We'll look at Bill and Mike.
We usually don't see all the tabs either. Do y'all realize that? Okay, y'all are up.
You don't have this in your packet. You don't have the proposed.
Because we were working on this up through last night.
But we will get this for everyone to
This
see.
will be what will become
Yeah.
this.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, that's easy. Based on the conversation that we had earlier about infrastructure and partners and whatnot, I proposed this language that is highlighted. These are additional, but partnering with outside agencies to support their infrastructure efforts that impact the town, to get to, Mayor, what you were talking about. We don't control all of it, but those that are here, we need to be in partnership with them. And then that creates the fourth guiding principle, which really talks about all the avenues, creating, pursuing, and maintaining collaborative partnerships to maximize and leverage outside agencies' infrastructure to benefit our residents. So that talks about, we don't control it all, but we're going to work with those that do.
Y'all happy with that? Good.
Kind of just highlights that. So that will be that change. We have to go to the PowerPoint and then to that list. You want to skip the PowerPoint?
I can just start, yeah. We're not going to, Mayor and Council, good afternoon. It was a good lunch, by the way. Thank you. So what we're going to do is we've got 97 projects that have been identified by staff, most of them over the next 2 years. That's, quite frankly, that's a lot of projects. But with that being said, and the manager started this, is that we're going to focus on, we want you to focus on why are we, good to ask questions, why is this being done? Because you have to ask yourself, is it a priority for the city? You're the governing board. Secondly, it's real important to ask what's being done. What is this, if you don't know? Because some of these, obviously, Bill and I are from out of town, so a lot of them are, what are we doing here? And we asked questions yesterday. We don't want to get into the how, because if we start getting into asking staff, well, what steps are you going to take to actually implement this project? We'll be here until next week. And all of these, every single, I verified it with the manager today, every single one of these projects have to come back to you, the council. So you're going to get a number of bites at when it gets down to, down to implementation. We're really concerned about, did we miss anything? When you look through these lists, is there anything that we missed? Now, we obviously, the staff really gleaned over the council surveys yesterday on your priorities. In addition to that, you know, Bill and I learned over the last year, they were listening to you. They actually listen. Good, good. 2 ears, that's what they're for. So they were listening to you, and so I think everything's captured, but we're not perfect. There may be something missed, so we need to know if it was missed. You need to let us know. With that being said, there's a color code on these, and my colors may be a little bit off, but the brown projects are continuing. Those are projects that they're just ongoing. The green ones will be carryover from the current strategic plan. Obviously, the ones that aren't color-coded are the new projects. So let's get into it. The first project is we're going to be looking at affordable, focus area affordable and workforce housing. So we'll identify the focus area. We'll talk about the next thing under strategic initiative is the project. There's a project description. It'll say what department's responsible for it, what fiscal year it's going to start, and then what fiscal year it's going to end. So all of those are open for discussion. So I'm just going to start on the first one, which is develop a housing plan. The description on that is a housing analysis to comply with state requirements. Growth Management Department, 25 it starts, 25 it ends. Any questions on that one, Council? The second one is Neighborhood Assistance Program. And that's evaluate the Neighborhood Assistance Program, offer options for creating and considering a sliding scale. I won't read all of it to you. You can read, and that's growth management, and that's also starts in 25, ends in 25.
Do you want to just look at what's on?
What?
Little black block at a time.
You mean the whole screen?
Yeah.
Oh.
I got a question. Are you going to do the carryovers in here too? Because that
Yeah,
87 turns to
they show as
104.
being, yeah, the carryovers are green. We're not down to that one yet,
okay.
yeah.
And one of the things we talked about this yesterday, when we see continuous, those are items where we may be working on, but we know that they're a value of council that you really want to make sure that we continue to focus on, like the affordable housing public-private partnership. That's going to stay in there until council tells us it ever needs to probably come out.
It's not an added
No.
weight on your shoulder. It's just something it's more,
It's more of a reminder to us that it's still a priority for council. Correct.
And we'll get into the nuts and bolts of that when it comes up.
right.
When it comes back to you.
When it comes back to us, too. Right. You never know, you might change your mind.
So take a look at the screen. Is there any, we just want to, and rather than me reading through everyone, which I'm happy to do, but if you can read, is there anything, questions or anything that you think we've missed in terms of projects? And again.
On these 5.
On these, yeah, you've got 5 up. So and again, is it the brown?
That's continuous.
That's continuous. Yeah, the brown is the continuing projects from this year.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to help Bridget with a question. Ask.
What I'll do is I'll just start scrolling up.
Yeah.
And we'll go to the next set. And these are broken down by the focus areas. So right now, we're talking just about affordable and I'm going to say affordable housing.
So do you want our thoughts as you scroll or toward the end of affordable housing, then stop and say, where do you see?
If you look at affordable housing, you'll see all the projects. Is something missing?
Even UDO amendments and things like that. Okay, maybe let it scroll and then
Yeah,
answer.
so let me scroll through and then you'll see.
Scroll slow because I'm reading.
Whoops. Well, this is hard. So there are 7 projects under affordable and workforce housing.
And again, the green are the ones that are continuing, even though this one doesn't indicate it.
And remember, if you're talking about UDO amendments, for example, that is under community quality of life, even though it may have a connection to affordable housing. So fire off your question and then we'll see.
Yeah, I'll fire off and then Heather, please feel free to jump in. So one of the conversations that I've had is we know affordable housing has been a focus here, and there's several ways Bluffton's addressed it. But one of the things that has been difficult is trying to get developers and those to build below a certain AMI threshold. And so looking at best practices of other areas, many have adopted a model of tiny homes constructions. And it's not the traditional sense of ones that are pulled in on the trailer, but they're actual smaller square footprints that have concrete foundation. They have, sewer, heating in there, all of that. And it's kind of like, how and where do we put that in so potential developers know that is something we're considering, that we would incentivize, and for residents who are able to maybe get a mortgage or something for that amount knows that Bluffton's UDO also allows it.
There is.
Speak to that,
Scroll up, it
Bridget.
may be right there.
Yeah, if you. There's something, yes, about housing types, let's say.
There, in the green, additional building types.
I can. you want me to try to-
Alternative
Go ahead,
building
Kevin.
types.
So we're aware of that, and that's why we put it where it just says that alternative building types. We'll bring that back as options. It's also the lot types, just because you might have a very big lot and you want to put a tiny little house on it. So does that make sense? So we are aware of it, and I've already started doing some research on that.
And I think, too, to add on to that, Kevin had in some of these descriptions about, yes, do we allow more even density? Can you put a tiny home in addition to your other home on the property? What you don't see on here that you will see once we have this all finalized and drafted for council's approval is there's the primary focus area, and then there'll be a secondary strategic focus area, so we can add affordable housing to it. It was, when we had multiple strategic focus areas in there, it got a little bit clumsy on trying to keep it organized. So we can add affordable housing to that so that we know that that's one of the focuses, if that would help.
Oh, absolutely. I think that would be a great focus. I was sharing with someone council that there's already a model like that that's in now the, I think, 4th phase, where they started with just single unit tiny homes and are now doing 2 and 3 bedrooms to accommodate families. And considering where we are, it's definitely a need for some of our most, vulnerable residents here. I met with the teacher the other day who's traveling every day from Aiken. We have people who are in homeless shelters. So I think looking outside the traditional way that we've done things is going to be important as we try to retain people here.
Okay, great. So those are all of the affordable housing. Next one is community quality of life. And the first project on that is.
Hold on.
What?
Community quality of life.
Yeah.
Okay. I was looking for what Bridget was just talking about.
Okay.
Number 8.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Are we ready to move ahead?
We are ready.
Okay. Community quality of life. Under this, Bill's got up the projects to start. This is so just want to make sure there's nothing that we've missed in this area.
So is the community quality of life policy improvements, is that where we can take notes from our comments on the preservation side, on the UDO amendments? Is that where this is going to be discussed? I know we're trying to stay way above and not get in the details.
You could expand that to include it. So on number 9, just add that for the. Number 9, add
And,
that.
and
Okay.
on certain
I can
things,
make notes to add all that.
I would
That's easier.
include if it,
Yeah.
okay, so where on this list of 87 on UDO amendments or whatever that we speak to the process for HPC?
I would say 8 and 9.
Okay, and is it getting into the weeds saying that we would, or is it at a council level that you say we really want community stakeholders? We don't know all the answers, and we have SHPA and we have community stakeholders that could come to the table to discuss it. Do we need to be that clear in this?
I don't think you necessarily need to be that clear with that. I mean, I can write those notes, but I think what this is meant to is staff's heard, we're here, that you want us to work on that, and that's one of the options to include community stakeholders. And then we can put all of that together, like workshop it at council or however you want us to do it. But I mean, if it's important enough and you want to make sure it shows up on there, we certainly can add it, but I've got it on my notes here, so.
I think it'd make the community feel good
Sure.
they're included, but that's just me.
We can certainly add it, no, it's
Not unless we
easy.
have something in place that vets those stakeholders, because you can't, on one side, argue for preservation, and then on the other side, argue to remove structures that should be preserved. So like, it has to be a process that we create some type of semblance there, not leaning to any one side.
No, but we need the expert advice of them.
That's what I just said, you still want to, vet it so that no one can come in and like arbitrarily overtake that process, is what I'm saying.
Right, yeah. We need just advisors.
Thank you, Heather.
Heather, how does this work if I do this?
Yeah.
And just leave it blank for the rest of the
That works.
Okay, so then we make sure that we've got a place for it. When you see the final draft, it'll be included, but you'll know that it's here.
Okay, yeah, Mayor and
Can I
Council.
say something? Let's not wordsmith everything. We're gonna be here all night. Please.
Keep moving.
Okay, so let's,
We won't.
What should we want?
Where?
so we're down.
It's an important day of the year.
Visit Old Town Master Plan to
We're done at 15.
versus freeform.
So any
I'd
questions?
say this is draft, we should have had a big draft on there.
Any questions on this
All
one?
looks good.
Did I hear lower?
Lower?
Roll it.
Roll
Roll
it?
it.
They seem to be okay.
Remind me Brown again, Stephen, while they're.
Brown is continuous. Those are
Continuous.
things that.
That's
we
all I-
work-
that's all I need.
They've
They're
been on there
saying
for 5 strategic plans,
Okay.
and we're gonna keep them all.
Okay.
Got it.
Keep it.
And Bridget, to go back, you look at number
There's
16, that
16 too.
addresses what you were talking about. There's actually a specific.
Thank you.
Housing and ADUs. I knew it was in there, I just couldn't remember where.
Additional dwelling unit
Or
or
auxiliary.
alternative dwelling
Yeah,
unit.
however.
Yeah,
Adding.
yeah, adding dwelling unit. Okay, so we're up to, we've got 16 through 18 on the screen. Any questions? Again, community quality of life. Going to 19. Up to 22. And again, back.
22 went away.
Wait,
Go back to, come on up. Oh, never mind, it's continuous, okay.
Yeah,
We
it's-
always talk, never mind, sorry.
Or 21, I see explore how the town can contribute to the Gullah Heritage Corridor. What, can that also include options, as we talked about, for an overlay district?
Including an overlay district, consideration of an overlay district.
In here
Or I can add it later, whatever's easier for you. I can write a note to add it later, take the pressure off.
Heather's on
Yeah.
it.
I'll keep looking at, we've got boards and commissions here, so y'all raise your hand if you have questions. I'll look back every so often.
Yep, good. Does that work, council member? Okay, so we're now 21 through 24. Anything, questions, anything we missed? Odds? Okay, moving ahead. Looking good, okay. Looks like we're, oh, you moved to where we, okay, so he's at 25, 26, and 27.
Up right there on 27.
That's a carryover. 27.
7 deals with development agreements and how we're going to close them out, because our first one's coming up in 24, unless it gets extended. So one of the things that we need to figure out is how they're going to close out, how the zoning address, what happens with any remaining UDO or development rights or any of that kind of stuff. So we've had that conversation in some of our bi-weekly legal meetings on how we're starting to work towards that. So we need to put a plan in place.
Yeah, and maybe bring awareness to us, which ones are where, how far out they are. You know, just an update so
Your
that,
tab 5.
so we can talk about it too. You say if they're extended, all of them have already been extended to the limit, right?
No.
There's
The
more.
state could mandatory extend it. They might extend it because of COVID, right?
We haven't heard that yet.
Yeah.
They may also come to council and say, hey, we want to mutually extend it by 2 years because we're about to finish everything out, and they could be extended that way. But knowing that they're coming up, at least the first couple are in the next 3 years, we want to make sure that we've got a plan in place on how to handle them as they expire.
Well, would that, Stephen, come to staff or would it come to council?
Council.
Any extension would have to come to.
Right, everything that's in here, ultimately, we're going to figure out the how, and we're going to bring that to y'all to approve.
And you did allude to, it's tab 4 in your binder is all of that development.
6.
I'm sorry, tab 6. I was trying to go by memory and it did not work. All of the development agreement information that we pulled together is in there as far as like the dates that it's going to expire unless the state extends it further. And then all the RDUs and all that information that you get on an annual basis that I'll present to you in January. But all that's in your binders too.
So do they go to the state and ask for an extension before they come to us?
No, so what we're referring to is when the economy had their, back in 2008.
No, it's 10 and 13.
Yeah, so they put an extension, they basically stopped the clock on all permits because of the economy. Then they also stopped it again for COVID, but not for development agreements for other permits, so it's just up to the state, and then we have no control over that, so.
Yeah, because it happened in 8, but I think 10 is when it takes 2 years for the state to decide. So the state could statewide say, you have to extend all development agreements by 2 years, 5 years,
So
whatever.
the state would have to do that for everyone, not just these particular
Right.
ones.
Right.
In number 26, we should probably put something there that says, property under contract that we're buying, we should probably put in something about acquisition. Helping you /
And purchase.
And or acquisition purchase.
Oh, I didn't give the warning. Spell check will figure that one out.
That's going to be a living document too, because we might change our mind 2 years from now, you know, or council.
While he's doing that, Stephen, you'll determine through this what's ongoing. You might decide that that's an ongoing thing.
Some written numbers.
So will you decide that?
It may be new for this one, but as we get back in 2 years, that may become one of these green ones or the brown ones that we just keep in here, because until council tells us it's no longer a priority that we need to continue to focus on, we're going to keep it in here.
Okay, on that change, moving up, the rest of these again are carryover next.
Hey, I want to ask real quick,
20.
and I ask this a lot. Those crosswalks, I mean, we have got to find a better way to address that. I don't know what the answers are, but I mean, you can even continuously see the signs that stand up, says yield to pedestrians, which a lot of people don't. Some people say you can get them in some states where it says stop to yield to pedestrians instead of yield to pedestrians. I was told that recently. And then a lot of them are knocked over and torn up, and, you know, so again, I don't know what the answers are, but as we grow, we have more and more people. We build a walkable community, but at your own risk.
history.
We're already into that, right, with construction, we've already.
But it says ongoing or carryover.
Well,
That just means it's not all going to be complete by the end of this fiscal year. So we might have funding and start it, but it's going to continue on beyond the next fiscal year.
that's in the design phase now, right?
Yes. Y'all approved the contract for to do all the study and start designing, and what will come out of that will be projects that become more definitive CIP projects that we're going to accomplish.
Bill and community quality of life, 31 through 35. Anything we've missed? Questions?
I think I'd go on 30, and maybe you can just tell me, but how do we transition that from our current Welcome Center to this and keep the Bluffton Historic Foundation engaged and our partners? Are we going to get to that?
So that's what, sorry, I actually turned it up a little bit, where it says plan. That's what we're going to do, is we're going to put together the plan on that transition, what the Welcome Center is going to look like, whether we want to continue with Historic Bluffton Foundation to do the docents, or what that's going to look like. So that's where it's talking about continue to plan for the components and the functions, because that's going to do with the operations. So we want to, that's all encompassing of that. So anything that we come out of there, that's going to have to come back to y'all, whether it's for positions or establishing hours and policies and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to bring that back to y'all.
But if we're planning on partnering with them, I think they need to know that too, so they're not planning.
Correct. Until we know all that, that's part of why this will be in the next one, because we got to figure all that out.
Okay. Any other questions?
That website update, we're not getting in the details, but I know I've told you over and over, the river and historic district are hard to find, and I see you have an update, but it includes focus on those two. Okay.
Making it more user-friendly in general.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to economic growth, and I want to point out the first item on economic growth deals with the whole discussion we had on local entrepreneurship and businesses under the earlier discussion this morning. So we're down to 41 on this. Anything that we've missed for questions, council?
Well, on 36, I don't think it addresses what was talked about this morning. It's not start to grow, it's also to encourage, really a focus on our current local businesses, not help more businesses, but include the businesses we have, right? And that was.
Yeah, it's like giving them a support arm, in a sense.
So would you to add something beyond that to say, support our existing businesses and assist in growth?
I'm all about more businesses, but if the businesses we have are what we talked about earlier, if you can word it in some way to include them.
Yeah.
So
I think it's addressed by helping more businesses grow. It's worded so it sounds weird, but I think that's what it's saying. Maybe, we can get into wordsmithing, but I think it's saying that.
More businesses grow, not grow business more.
I was saying offerings to help more businesses start and more businesses to grow is how I read it.
Start and grow.
Helps them to grow.
Yes, they have a growth program.
So how long do they stay with one of a newly established business?
Is the growth 1 or 2 years program?
Our startup is typically a year.
Yeah.
Sometimes it goes longer, whereas growth is.
You probably need to, I can't even see Tracy and I feel her. You need to talk in that microphone.
Microphone that Tracy's holding.
The Tracy microphone, as she moved away from the table.
Helping the audience.
Right now with Bluffton's growth, our growth program has increased as well. We found that existing businesses are booming, but they don't know how to handle that, so they've come to the Don Ryan Center for that help with the growth of their business and how to handle that.
Booming is good, so I mean, but the ones that are not probably progressing is where I think the focus should be.
Right, and typically those, even though they're existing businesses, would probably be in our startup program, and they would be in that program longer.
And to piggyback off of Councilman Hamilton, who I know also wants to be out here on time, while we have the Don Ryan Center up, I saw somewhere earlier where it was mentioned about their KPIs, so kind of like a metric of how we are measuring the success of these businesses as we're talking about it. Number 39. I would like to not only see that, but when and how often are we revisiting it? Because I know there have been some businesses that have been touted to have been a part of the program that have since folded, and some even communicated the ways in which they were folded. It was almost like they didn't have any guidance in that. So how do we?
Yeah, the townwide KPI dashboard is now live on the website, and department heads give quarterly updates to those. And so those KPIs for DRCI are in there, so you can look every quarter of the year. They're updated and reposted to the website now. And I believe, I don't know off the top of my head, but the success rate, do you recall off the top of your head?
We're at 76% success rate for 5 years.
Right. Which the national average is much lower than that. I don't know if you know.
Much lower. I don't know what it is, but it's much lower.
Yeah.
The other thing is where we say revisit the KPI models, if there's something we're not tracking with our current KPIs that we need to, we can go back and we can make sure that we're amending those KPIs to make sure if it's saying, hey, I see you're capturing this, but we want to also see this, we can include that into our KPIs that we're measuring for DRCI.
Right, because I don't want us to just, check a box as we're having that conversation. I know some have, grapple with understanding really the benefit and kind of the successes of Don Ryan. And as we're all ambassadors of it, I want to make sure I'm a steward of that too. So my question still is how do we address those businesses that don't make it, knowing that businesses take a risk anyways, but the ones that don't make it and have been in the program and are saying that I did not get any type of help or assistance. So it's kind of like we're being counterproductive if we're touting a program that isn't really assisting those.
So, I mean, that's a very specific question, but I'll just say that every 6 months, we have David come to you all to present where he's at on KPIs, as well as what's going on at DRCI and businesses that he's currently assisting. And I would just say, this is a general statement, and it's probably true to businesses locally that do not succeed. It's one of the most highest, the two highest reasons why businesses fail is one is whatever they're trying to do or promote, there wasn't enough demand for it. So, and then I know David works with businesses really a lot on the front end on clarifying that what they're trying to create is truly, there's a demand for it. So they do that market analysis with them, et cetera. But the second biggest reason is they run out of funding. And we recognize at DRCI that's still an area where we struggle to provide resources to businesses to access different funding mechanisms. And that is something that they've talked about at their board meetings and are incorporating into their efforts.
So as we're hearing what y'all are saying, do you think it can fit underneath 36 for us to add something like almost like debriefings or follow up with ones that don't succeed to get input and so we can figure out how to be better or address needs like that? Because that can be part of where we talk about our program offerings to start and grow. We can also put something in there as to like work with those that don't succeed or reach out with those in the community and do like follow up and debriefs to make sure that we're addressing whatever those issues may be.
I like that idea. What I don't like, Chris, is that our program, the startup or the incubators type program allows someone to get a product that is not going to meet the demand in our area.
They don't. So at the beginning, there's a long conversation with GRCI staff as well as the entrepreneur who has the idea. And a lot of times they may shift them into a different direction that there truly is demand for. And in some cases where a potential entrepreneur is very adamant about something and the staff determines that there really isn't a demand or it's a good fit, in some cases we say, well, maybe we're not really a good fit for supporting you because there are a limited number of resources. We only have a certain number of staff there that and they currently have, 16, or they average about 16 businesses at any given point, which is a lot of entrepreneurs to support given our staffing. So.
Yeah, well, Chris, the only thing I can see up there, and I didn't see it there, but one thing that I've often asked for, and I think it's important that we get a couple of times a year, or at least once a year, is how many graduated businesses are contributing to our tax base in the town of Bluffton? Not how many we got through, but how many are actually open and contributing to our tax base.
They put in red, and before we bring everything for council to adopt, we'll look at that language and make sure it's reflective of what we've talked about today.
I thought they were already doing surveys on some of those businesses. It was my impression.
We are, and David often incorporates that in the presentations that he gives. So.
Yeah, I didn't know if
we
it
can
needed to
strengthen
be on.
that though, and talk about maybe doing some continuous check-ins after, 3 months, 6 months, and make sure doing some stuff like that. Again, we'll put all that together. But we want to make sure we capture the intent.
Stories. I want
Success and non-success, that we can make sure that if it's an issue that we can address, we can make sure it's part of our program.
Great discussion. Great discussion. Any more in the economic area? Okay. We're moving now to fiscal sustainability, the focus area. And we're starting at what? Project 42? Good number. Down to 45. Any questions? Anything we? Council? Okay, it looks good. Okay, now we'll move down to 47.
Sorry, I was reading 47.
Sorry, ma'am. I was trying to give everyone all the words in 43.
You have anything to add? You added it, right? Budget.
One second, Chris. On and how you going to monitor that?
Yeah, so this is, and we started looking at this, or Heather did, as part of the fee study in the last budget process, but it's really, when we are evaluating our facility rentals, especially because we have some significant facilities that will be coming online, Riverside Barn Park, for example, that we're appropriately charging different types of people based on their relationship with the town. So you have nonprofits, obviously, who own and support nonprofits in the use of our facilities as much as possible. But then for-profit entities, you're going to want to charge them more of a market rate for use of our facilities. Or if they are individuals who aren't taxpayers of the town, you're going to want to charge them more of a market rate for use of our facilities. Whereas if they're residents of town and their tax dollars supported the creation of these facilities, they wouldn't pay that full market rate. And just creating more equity in that based on how they are related with the town and what they provide.
Which is also where you see the next one with figuring out how we're going to handle the barn when it comes online.
But remember, nonprofit and local taxpayers, we always wanted to try to break even. That was one of the things that we said. We don't want to necessarily tax them out of using the facilities, right?
Okay. Right, but we also have some concerns of some nonprofits who are making profits. And they're
Profitable
they're
nonprofits.
taking away some of our facilities from our kids and other families who want to go for a picnic or whatever. And they're disguising it by giving away a small amount to a nonprofit, a small amount of their profit to a nonprofit. So we know that's going on, so that we need to look at it deeper.
Council, any more questions, comments, anything we missed before we move to infrastructure?
Go to just hit 50 for a minute. I stopped when they were talking.
Okay, we're done with fiscal. Okay, so infrastructure, we have over 30 projects, and a number of those are going to be continuing as you are carry forward projects, but we'll start out with the 54. Any questions on any of these? Now, these are all we're getting into the carryover, which you're in the green, starting with 55 or 56. Carry them over? Okay, he said, keep moving.
It did.
Got fuzzier to me. It's harder for me to read that green background.
Let's scroll.
So many of these are ones that you're aware of because they've been in there, some for two, three strategic plans. Yeah.
Introduced me to the phrase donut holes. And I heard yesterday that the donut holes are closing.
Trying to
at some point, and through some of this stuff, it's been interesting to problems that you identified when we first started this are shrinking, or it's been much over time.
Okay.
I want to discuss 62. I think this is the place. In my brain now.
You got to go way back.
Way back. 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish, we had to sue a utility company because they did not pay their franchise fees. And we've been holding on to what I think was about almost $1,700,000. Yet we all can't agree to move forward on Calhoun Street streetscape because that's been carried over for like 20 years. Is it a place for council to discuss at some point, can we move that money somewhere else and spend this money before Dominion sells to whoever?
Well, Calhoun streetscape, if I'm, Pat, you can probably address this better, but I think for the majority of, no, that's Boundary. Boundary, we can do a lot of it without needing Dominion, but Calhoun, we have to have Dominion involved, right?
Oh, both of them we need.
Oh.
Both of them we need Dominion's cooperation to
Yeah.
finish the design of those projects.
I think Blakely left, or we could have.
But Dan mentioned at the workshop last week that he thought we might be able to prioritize Boundary streetscape because it's less complicated.
Where is that 700,000 whatever dollar going? We know we need their help. I'm trying to get it out there before new people come and they're not even remember we won this lawsuit. Should we stay focused on Calhoun Street streetscape when we've been talking about it forever? Or is it a way to move that money to doing something and getting it? 700,000 may mean nothing soon. It meaned a lot back then.
I
So
don't
it's
think it
just
was a cash settlement either. It was that they agreed to do that much work putting power underground.
I agree with that, but we picked Calhoun Street. Should we put it on should y'all talk about another
I
project?
thought we had Calhoun Street
Well,
coming up in the next
it's not
year.
just Calhoun Street, it's Calhoun and Boundary and a lot of the other ghost roads. It's all, the undergrounding of utilities is tied into several different projects that we have.
That they're paying, that they're crediting us for?
That the credits will go towards, yes, for their installation of that.
Okay.
Was the agreement.
Can we get an update on how much of that's been spent?
None of
None
it's been
yet.
spent because they haven't done any of the undergrounding so far in Old Town.
But
What
that-
we're trying to do.
That's the easement situation.
Correct.
Right.
So the goal of what we're trying to do is as we're digging the roads up, we're trying to do it once. So we're wanting to make sure when we are, like we did with Bridge Street, we went ahead and put stormwater in there because we didn't want to have to come back and worry about that in the future after we do a streetscape. So when we do Boundary and Calhoun, while we have it under construction, we want to go ahead and get stormwater, underground utilities, everything in there, so when it's done, we don't have to cut the road, we don't have to come back and do any of that. So that's why the undergrounding of utilities has helped slow those projects down, because we really need their design so we can implement their design into the project.
It's just evolved for 15 years. It was supposed to go, all of a sudden it went to Calhoun Street, and then everyone was scared to carry the power lines on Calhoun Street because of the cost of the owners, and I didn't know, have we used any of this money?
The money is still sitting there to cover the undergrounding of utilities.
Yeah,
Let me make an observation on that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Pat. Staff prior to Stephen did not want to bury those lines. That's a fact. And you may recall, I got with staff before they left and rode the area and said, this is doable. But regardless, we needed to get an easement acquisitioner, which we just did maybe this year. So that has slowed the whole process down. It's not just the easements from Dominion that are needed, it's the easements that we need to do the streetscape projects. So to take it another step, what happens is, what he just said, the amount of construction, digging up the streets and everything that's going to be required for storm, water, utilities, not just electric, all of that combined, even if you didn't remove the overhead power lines right now, you still have all those issues, right?
That's correct.
So it's not really holding a whole lot more up right now. The Dominion is, and I'll just be open about it, they're difficult to work with. They don't want to change their design, which when they could, to complement what we're trying to do at the town level. But regardless, I'm saying, even if they're off the table right now, they're still going to be dealing with these same easement acquisition issues and the amount of construction that's going to be involved. So I don't know that it's really putting us off that much. The only other thing that's shown itself out of this, and this is what Pat was just referencing, is the fact that Calhoun will be more complicated because that is the primary area where the businesses are located. You have more businesses on Calhoun Street, which is our main street. So that means it's lent itself better to maybe go ahead and keep moving forward and move over to Boundary before Calhoun Street, because Calhoun's more complicated for all the reasons I just outlined.
I'm not blaming anyone. I just worry that everyone's going to forget we have that credit.
But it's a contract.
We're tracking it, and it's a legal settlement that those funds are there for, so.
No matter who owns
No
it.
matter who, yeah, whether it's SE, it went from SENG to Dominion, that's a legal obligation that they're there.
Discussion. Any more, or do you want to continue?
Carry over.
Already moved on.
You moved on?
Well,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
talking
it's
about.
there again.
There it is, right there. Keep rolling. We already talked about that.
Okay.
Facilities.
The secondary, but Chief, you have AI. I think at some point, we all need to grasp and embrace and understand how AI can be good for us. Local level. I know everyone's talking about it now, but I don't know. Question on AI, period.
I think you're already supporting it.
No, but I just understand. You understand it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
That's actually more,
Doesn't understand
more
it.
IT.
Probably more IT.
Yeah, and part of the discussion we've had is to figure out there's a balance between being able to figure out how to use it and benefit from it, but also being responsible and making sure that we don't put the town at risk or any of that kind of stuff. So that's part of the conversation Tracy and I have had, and that's what we'll be working towards. And what we're also going to see is a lot of the software we use are going to start implementing AI more, so we need to make sure that we're prepared if they're going to try to access anything or be, like the camera systems that the chief's talking about, there's AI embedded in some of that, that we're better prepared to handle some of that.
Comment on that,
It's not used on us.
Mayor. I've touched on this slightly with the chief. We see the reports and we know what's going on in the PUDs. A lot, even though they're gated. And so when we look at the AI principles, what I think would be nice, even if it's not our financial responsibility, to find a way to incorporate, if you see what I'm saying, our communities, if we can find ways to help them learn to monitor their own selves better, it might help eliminate some of the issues that are prevailing that you have to deal with on a continuous basis.
Yes, sir, and I'll tell you, of course, this has to go through a bidding process, but one camera system in particular, Hilton Head has it, Hardyville has it, and so does Savannah. And a lot of our subdivisions already have this camera system software that we're looking at. And if we were to purchase this same software, it would allow us to tie into all of those cameras as well. We would give each other, they couldn't look at ours, but they could give us permission to review theirs. So rather than have our investigators go out, or we could actually see real-time camera data, if we were looking for a red car with a sticker in the back of the window, we could type that up, and anywhere it showed up on the camera, whether it be in a subdivision or headed down to Savannah, we would be able to track it all the way down to Savannah.
You're scaring me, Chief.
We're in a lease program with cameras now, right?
Well, this software was actually used to track a kidnapping victim out of Hilton Head. They were able to type in the identification that they got from witnesses of the vehicle, and they tracked it all the way down to Hilton Head, and they located the kid within 45 minutes from when he was kidnapped and arrested the suspect involved.
I think I have artificial intelligence, but it's just artificial.
I hate to tell you, if that bothers you, just remember the phone's tracking you in the car more than the cameras are.
Well, I'm not worried about it. I think it's amazing for our police department, but.
Ours are tracking you now, too. What I had for dinner last night?
Y'all go through 72, you can scroll up and I'll checking out
you
on
okay?
me.
No comment.
Keep scrolling. Questions? Okay. Keep scrolling. These are all
back up.
Back up.
What number are you on, Dan?
I'll explain to Dan later. Go ahead.
What number?
I'm looking at 73 and 74. You know, one thing, Mayor, you and I have talked about this along with others in the county. At some point, and I know a lot of it is in the county area, At some point, we need to be able to connect the new Riverside area on a bike path situation down through the scenic highway into the town of Bluffton. That would be great, because in Sun City, who used to ride in Old Town years ago, they could come down, all the way down 170, New Riverside could join them, and then they could come right into Old Town Bluffton. And I think that's going to be critical to us. And then I just saw recently on the new linear trail, one of our reports in our police department came through, and that's going to be, I don't know how we're going to manage that.
Okay.
Well, if that linear trail, so I told Stephen, I had visited a town last week, and they had a crazy trail in Miami. It's amazing. And if somehow we can get help and create more of a paved kind of trail, and lighting, that linear trail is going to be used by a lot of people, runners, and I just think the more we, right now it looks like a field that needs mowed, which we do mow because I look, but the more access we have on that and we can connect it to where we're planning on doing it, I think you're going to, and we celebrate it, I think it will be used.
But it's that important.
Dan, to answer your question, as we grow, we're growing our community action team, and we do have the four-wheelers that we can use to access the linear trail and count that as part of their routine patrol. Now, they're not going to be out there 24/7, but at least having that visual presence out there from time to time will help.
And we have some blue light emergency phones that are within the budget for the New River Trail, linear trail.
Speak into your microphone, please.
We do have the blue light emergency phones kind of in the budget for New River linear trail.
Like what you see on college campuses and stuff.
Questions on the next set?
No questions till 89.
Till 89?
89? It's only 83.
Know what he's doing.
I know. Well, he's hopefully who you have next year. Looking, I'm waiting, if any in the community want to raise their hand, we still have planning and HPC here and ATAX and community. Any questions on what y'all seen? Okay.
I do have one to interject in there. I see there's a focus on drainage and all that, and I saw it somewhere else. Heather, I know we spoke briefly about how, especially in the Buck Island, Simmonsville area, residents who are coming in are building up their lots and building it up to where the water doesn't stay on their properties, and it's affecting like the neighboring residents and causing like huge issues of like the water retention that sits in their yard. Is there a way to address that in there, that we're looking at how we can hold those folks who are doing that accountable, but also to mitigate that so they're not doing it?
Or the
It'll come up a little later, but under the Soloco rewrite and examination, we have lot drainage plans in there, and also overall drainage plans for the whole watershed. So during that section, that's what we're looking at right now.
Okay. Any more? Okay.
The only other thing I would say, if it needs to be something that's in our UDO, it may come out of that. But when we have our UDO edit one way at the beginning, we can make that a bullet point of the different, where we talked about like alternative unit style and stuff like that. We can add one in there about stormwater review and stuff like that if we need to. We can make a bullet point of that and include that.
Okay, we're in the May River. First one's up.
No, I mean,
down.
Well, stop, go back to 84. I keep saying this, I want to say it again. I know that we are investigating the possibilities regarding the impervious surfaces. And we've created some partnerships with the schools, et cetera, to do some tests. But I do want to say again that the cost to do this is going to be enormous. And I'm not saying it's not a good idea or worthy of it, but I really think that council is going to have to vet that closely. And I still suggest that we might even consider getting a second opinion before we jump in with both feet, because we were talking, in excess of 25 to maybe $40 million overall. That's a big jump. So I just want to remind everybody of that.
And we're looking at that also. And later on, a couple down, the impervious surface restoration projects, we'll look into those too at that time. So that's still on the table. Even though we have 11 identified, we're not sure if they're going to be effective enough or bang for the buck for less opinion. But that's all going to be looked at in the response.
Who came up with those 11? Did your team come up with those?
That was part of the 2020 May River Action Plan update. That came out of that. McCormick Taylor, our consultants, came up with the 11. And the 15 additional ones that are outside the May River.
Move ahead, council, mayor, council. Okay, this is the next set of projects.
We moved to supper row.
Okay.
I'm guessing 88 is really what you were talking about, Bridget. Stormwater regulations and the UDO site development.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's to start next, oh.
Take the 11 out, but
Is FY '25 actually August 1st of '24, July 1st of '24?
It will be the fiscal year 24-25 budget. So that'll start July 1 of next year through, so when it says fiscal year 25, that'd be starting July 1 of 24 through June of 25.
So, 2 more on the May River, and then we get into town organization. 2 more on May River and town organization. Focus area. Okay. Okay. And that's it.
That's it.
I have a question.
Yes.
Stephen, I think we touched on this, and I don't know where in here it would fit. Maybe I missed it. But the survey we did 2 years ago.
He's talking about community survey, because we said we were going to update it. It needs to be in budget for next budget year. So if that's something that council wants to continue, yeah, we probably need to add a bullet point in here to complete a community survey and then do comparison between.
Me
the
personally, I
previous.
felt it yielded a lot of information, and especially for the community. But also, I guess my main question is, if we do another survey, is it possible to increase the sampling size?
We can talk to the consultant whenever that comes in, but I mean, again, they tell us if we want to, when we tell them like what's the word I'm looking for? Like deviation, plus or minus 3 or plus or minus 5%. When we tell them how detailed, how close we want that to be, that really determines what they think they need to do as a sample size. We can always ask them to do more. It may just cost us a little more, so we'll need to budget a little extra to make sure we can do that. Because it's all about time.
They'll do as much as we ask them to. Of course, there's a price to it. And they use the, theory of statistical significance. So it'll be at like 98% statistical significance with their plus or minus deviation. And basically what that tells you is no matter how much more you survey, the percentage results will be pretty much the same. So
they'll be within that plus or minus 3 or whatever.
So basically they're telling you you're wasting your money if you go larger in a sample size.
We use Poblonsky was who did it for us.
Okay.
Mayor? And Mayor and Council, that's the end of your project.
That's all you're going to do?
Yeah, only
That's enough.
98 for couple years.
Well, I guess how does staff, do you have so many carryovers? Are those the priorities and then you work on the next group? Or it's an awful lot. I mean, we limited it years ago to 40 items and now we're at 98. And I know some are ongoing, so say 80, 70. We're double what we.
When you look at the number of projects that are underway that we're carrying forward, like the ones that are in the green, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, you're talking probably about 30 out of these projects are carrying forward from the current year into the next because they're already underway. And then the continuous ones, those are ones that until council tells us to remove them, we're going to keep them in there because they make sure that they stay a focus. There's a reason that you'll see a lot of these. The completion date is fiscal year 26 because we're probably not going to be able to start them until further into 25 that we're going to need to, they're going to be beyond that. So with so many carrying forward, they're going to carry forward into 24, 25, and we'll start a lot in 24, 25, but you'll see a lot have a 2-year time period on them, and that's part of the reason why.
And I'll just add. Projects from council, from Stephen, some of them, for example, complete streets, it said to investigate and consider. Staff may do the research for that and bring it forward to planning commission and council, and it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to adopt that. So it just going to be on there, that's going to measure it and move forward, so.
Nobody's rolling their eyes. So.
Mayor, just one other note, even though this is a 25-26 plan, there are a few of these items, like the one I've highlighted, that have FY27. A couple of them had FY30, I think we put on there, just to illustrate that these are going to be multiple year projects.
2 years, as I remember.
Yeah, so you're really focusing on that. So I think that number gets closer
Remember,
to 60.
2 years, it doesn't start for another 8 months. Because this actually will go into place for our fiscal year starting July next year. So we're still in our current strategic plan. And again, some of these are carry forward. So some of them, like the splash pad, it's supposed to be completed start of summer, but it may end up carrying forward to August. And if it does, then that's why we have it in here. So, but yeah, we feel comfortable that this is a plan that we can work with.
Had something. Is this
Yes.
town council discussion now? Are we at item 8? I guess. Okay. Go for it.
Today has been, I guess, just as I anticipated, it's very good presentations and a good information. What I'm extremely want to highlight is that our mayor who did most of the talking today.
Won't be here next year.
Has really, really shown me her passion and commitment. Like someone who decided that they don't want to do this anymore, she have not taken her foot off the pedal. And I want everyone to recognize her hard work and her dedication and her love for this community, and her leadership has been something that I learned to appreciate, even when I didn't agree. But I know that her heart was in the right place and Bluffton was in her heart. So I'm going to do this again in December, but this is her last strategic workshop, so I want those who agree with me to at least shake her hand or give her a hug or a round of applause.
I just feel sorry for the person who sits to the right of him because I have a bruise on my left leg from council meetings.
Larry?
I'm on this side.
This is town council discussion on anything but about me, please. Anybody have anything to discuss about this day? I got a few things since I did all the talking. But Dan, Larry, Bridget, Fred.
No, I think we've.
Okay, Bridget, anything?
Is Fred gonna make me speed up time if I mention it? I would just like to say, yeah, I love the strategic plan. It was a great way to dive into that. One of the things mentioned there, I can always do a follow-up on. I know we have our resiliency plan about environmental sustainability, so would definitely like to see a more detailed plan outlining that, specifically as it relates to recycling and like our initiatives outside of just a singular focus on how do we protect our environment.
I agree.
Just to cover y'all a little bit. I look back at the past many years of pictures and posts, and we've stopped as much celebrating our accomplishments. Like, we were at New Riverside yesterday, and I had a flashback of Anthony Barrett putting us all on the tractor out there when we were doing something, maybe building, I don't know what we were doing. Simple but fun and quirky, and I kind of guess I'd throw it more toward our PIOs and all, to really let's celebrate what we're doing, because people are not taking it, they don't know what we're doing. So celebrate our accomplishments. Please remember that. I think council would like a copy of the staff surveys that we took, so if you would get those to us, yes. I'd love to see. We all have to understand what we all have a story, right? And you may not agree and we may not agree, but we've got to be on the same page, because when we leave this, we just have to all understand what each other's thinking, because I would be curious to know it. Design guidelines, please listen to Joni. I'm going to be her deputy police of historic preservation next year. I think our issues with HPC right now are the design guidelines. Maybe they're not simple enough for us to understand. I've sat with Melanie, I get it. We just got to do a Bluffton version of her concerns. Don't eliminate the partnership with Bluffton Historic Foundation. Poor Glenn is going to spend the rest of his life looking at that inventory. I got tired after like the first inch of it, and it's 4 inches thick. Please consider getting the Bluffton Historic Foundation as partners. They can do it, and we're not going to have to pay them, and Glenn can be out there in the public talking about historic preservation. So that's something we maybe didn't talk about enough. And just maybe y'all look at 10 common sense UDO amendments throughout the year. Y'all deal with it every day. We just look at it at council. What are common sense changes? Little things, like we talked about, even the outdoor eating within 100 feet of a residence, yet we can't figure out what the residence is. I mean, it's just so many common sense things that, I mean, Heather, you live it and breathe it, and Kevin. Non-conforming that should have been conformed when we annexed this place in, and it is no one's fault sitting at this table. New people have come, but don't we scratch our heads? Why did we make them legally non-conforming? Why? I know Heather believes that. And I'm going to end with something, but y'all jump in. This is the biggest day of our next 2 years. And honestly, where are the people running for office? And I don't mind saying it. The people running for office, minus the incumbents, have not shown up to a meeting. And this is, if you have problems, if you're going to run against something, come here and give us solutions. Everyone that stood up today gave us solutions. So shame on them. And I can say it because I have, no one's the boss of me. This is the important day. This is setting our pipeline for 2 years. So I hope they're watching. I hope they'll watch. I hope everyone who wants to throw sticks at us can look at this to see what good we're doing. And I saw no personal agenda today at this table. So I appreciate all of you for coming very much, and I appreciate for those who are watching. But this was the day for solutions, and I think y'all got good guidance. That's all I got to say. So there. Council, anybody else? Go, Terry.
This is, I think, either year 21 or 22 that I've been counsel for the town. A couple thank yous. Guys, thank you. You guys do remarkable work. And I mean that sincerely. You take a whole bunch of stuff, you meet with staff, and you come up with something this good with staff. Staff, thank you for not having legal in column F anywhere in those 92. I appreciate that. And Lisa, thank you. You have been a calm, rational, guiding light for this town for as long as you've been sitting there, so thank you.
Rational.
Well, lawyers are allowed to kind of fudge things now and then, so it's all good.
Terry, if I may, the day that she just about chained herself to a palm tree wasn't a rational day.
No, I almost, yeah, but what am I? Palmetto Patty?
Yeah.
Palm tree patty.
Palm tree patty.
I read it every time I walk. Who loves the palm tree? Okay. Who loves the palm tree plant stands at Wright Family Park? Thank you. I do too. Anything from anybody?
I move that we adjourn.
Oh, Lord. Here we go.
If I could just.